Naturally occurring phenomena is electrostatics.
So the naturally occurring phenomena, i.e., the dependent variable, is electrostatics. Yeah? Everyone got that? 35 seconds later.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take an object and we're going to manipulate that independent variable of electrostatics. That independent variable of electrostatics. Naturally occurring phenomena is electrostatics. That independent variable of electrostatics.
What's a wave then?
Okay, a wave is just a type of movement. So a wave is a verb. It's not what something is.
So wind is also a verb?
So this is the mind-numbing level we're at, folks. We're down here at second grade retardville with an ass clown who doesn't know what nouns and verbs are. From Merriam-Webster, wave, noun. A disturbance or variation that transfers energy progressively from point to point in a medium that may take the form of an elastic deformation or of a variation of pressure, electric or magnetic intensity, electric potential, or temperature. You're a
dumbass!
Actually, you can't have light without electricity.
What the hell did you just say?
Actually, you can't have light without electricity.
Hold on.
Actually, you can't have light without electricity.
Really? You ever hear of glow sticks? How about fire?
You dumbass.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
Hence why we have things go 3 times the speed of light.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
Hence why we have things go 3 times the speed of light.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Yeah.
Or they will say things like, dark matter 100% exists. We know for a fact that dark matter has to exist, but we don't know what it is. So, how could you know it exists?
So I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is, and even the name.
So, how could you know it exists?
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.
Get lost, dummy!
And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. We got a feisty group of Discord followers in there, and the feistiest one so far is Adam, but we'll get to him in a second. We actually had Betty Van Velsen, the beautiful one, show up, not tardy this time. How's it going, Betty?
I'm okay. I do have some food in the oven, so I might be sneaking out.
All right, just get a little bit closer to your mic and we'll still be good.
Okay then. Yo.
Adam,
Evening.
no second birthdays today?
Not today. Not today. But yeah, I might have to have one more pie, but I'll try and keep it away from any other flat Earth evenings.
You know, I thought when you sent me that message that I'm sorry, I'm not going to be at Ballbusters. I have a second birthday. I thought you were just joking.
It's complicated because my father-in-law's birthday is the same date. Yeah. So we go out, and then also my auntie's birthday is the same date. So we have lots of, second birthdays. It's still your birthday.
It's really deep. Thanks for explaining it. Now I really understand it. It's perfectly clear.
It happens every year. Get over it.
2 times?
2 times?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, 2 times, Adam. Happens every year 2 times is what she's asking.
At least twice.
At least twice. Yeah. Like I said before the show started, Adam is popular, so he has too many people to attend to in one birthday time.
It turns out that he's most popular on Ballbuster Saturdays.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It takes away most of the crowd from you.
I've not even caught up on Saturday's show. Was it good?
What do you
I
think?
wouldn't know, Adam. I had my second birthday every other Ballbusters day.
Yeah, Betty left me buy me onesie again. So,
Yep.
so all you talking, in Discord before the show, now it's like pulling teeth.
And during your intro, too,
Oh, really? They were still talking, right?
I had to mute myself to hear the end of the clip, at least.
They talked right through the clip, didn't they?
They did. They did.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, people. I just rattled you out.
That's okay. That it's been played many times. I'm sure everyone's heard it, so that's good. Why is Neil on red mute?
Well,
He's
he was
hot
talk-
miking.
Yeah.
There we go. He's good now.
Sorry, it wasn't my fault. I turned on my car and it put me off mute. Not my fault.
Huh. A car that puts you off mute? That's a nice car.
Yeah, it's like when you transfer over, because I came from a store into the car, and I guess when it automatically connects to Bluetooth, it takes you off mute. Go figure. Now back to Shitsit40.
Go on, Neil. You had something to say during the intro, so get it out.
I'm tired of his little ass. I can't wait for QE to continually bring him to some sort of understanding that he's a lying sack of shit, and maybe he'll see it one day. Because he still says that you cherry picked that one piece where he says it's not science and as a man-made device. I heard that whole video, and that's not true.
Of course it's not true. He's a liar. So I don't know what he's talking about. That was among about 40 to 56 contradictions that he made. That was on a show I did 8 months ago. I haven't, it's not in any of my audio clips. So what in the world? Why don't you just deal with the audio clips? The Lion Surat double speaks. Deal with that first, and then we'll get on to your other lies. I think we're gonna have to go over this little video. I found that's why I have a sorry disposition. I woke up. I was pretty happy. It was nice. It was cooler than it usually is outside, and then I kind of sort of got pissed because I had to have a show, and it's like the first decent mid-morning that I have to go out to shoot, but no, I can't do that. So that put me a little bit in a foul mood. And then I start listening to Nathan's premiere that he had today, and I'm like, wait a second. He's talking about Shitsit was on the day before. So I said, wait, did I miss something here? So I of course, this premiere was the video he's talking about was 1947. So I said, let me go back to 1946. And lo and behold, there he is, the incoherent Joseph Goebbels, Shitsit40, coming in to rewrite history again for the second time. We've been through this 8 months ago. So he's come back in to rewrite history again, recent history. I think he's delusional or something. Like people haven't heard what Jaron has said. And he's come to more or less damage control again. And then I start listening and start getting not irritated at Witsit because he's a lying surrat piece of shit, but to the folks on the panel that are not catching on to his just incessant double speak and lies and just want to go after their own agenda. So I was getting more pissed at the panel than at Shitsit.
Hey, told you, Neil. He wants to teach you how to rip a throat out.
I mean, just brain dead. It's not like it's like a recent thing. It's been going on for a year, right? You'd figured you'd catch on to when he says, it's not that you guys don't allow discussion on this topic, and then he's just allowed to go on with that point without getting called on it.
Yeah, but that's Nathan hogging the whole thing, and I try to hold him to you are here to prove ether. Get going. I don't want to hear about the other shit.
Yeah, so I was in.
See, that's the trouble, isn't it?
What?
You can't appraise any of us at this point because we've sat there for God knows how long. We've got a small opportunity. Maybe Nathan's had to make a coffee. You know what I mean? You got a small opportunity. We got about 5 or 6 people all trying to work their own way. I remember starting it, and I got, you know me. I'm going to be a bit more measured and try and get a few admissions.
Right.
Yeah. And I'd started down that path, and then I ended up coming back in, which is where, to restate it. But give me half an hour, and then you'll get what you want with my style. But if you're going to critique us a bit, you've got to give us a bit of mitigation that nobody was given a fair crack of the whip because of everybody else on the panel being so eager to have a dibble dabble. Yeah. Neil to ejaculate with a few insults every now and again.
Sure.
And so
that's reasonable. That's a reasonable assessment. We'll have to see because we're gonna start to play it here in a few minutes. We're gonna see if that holds sway.
I think so. And so if I'm going to critique us for anything, it's not letting one of us go at a time after Nathan's finally thrown us a leg.
So you're saying it's Nathan's fault?
Yeah, pretty much. He didn't leave enough tatters.
Fair enough. I can see. Yeah. Okay. Partly. We're not gonna blame him solely. That's for sure.
Well, no, just think about it, right? You've had however long of Nathan doing it. You're gonna have so many different routes of attack. Neil, one way. Me, another. Arwin, Chocolate, Eli, all pertinent, but all probably need 15 minutes with him, which we don't give each other 5, if you listen. We didn't even often let the person finish before we were trying to make a point, I would imagine, as well, over the top of our colleague.
You'd imagine.
Well, I haven't got total recall on it.
Sure.
I have been around the guys, and I'm part of the guys. I know how we behave.
Yeah, you can safely say that, generally speaking, and be absolutely right.
Yeah.
All right. What else is on the agenda before? Oh, we're getting to this video. There's no doubt about it. Anything else on the agenda?
Yeah, I'm going to be validated soon. I hear that guy Darth is coming out with a few videos.
Who?
Globe Earth Dictate.
Oh,
that
is
guy
he?
Yeah. So I might be validated.
That's pretty funny. So you're probably going to be on there this time, right?
I'm hoping that's my validation. If not, I'm not a panel member.
Where'd you hear this at?
Arm was telling me.
Really?
He was in his chat. He said he's coming out with 3 of them.
No kid, boy, that's a blast from the past, isn't it?
I caught a bit of that on Orwin's show today, and I was going to type, make sure Neil gets a mention.
Oh, he can't do another one updating without Neil in it. No way.
No. Fingers crossed, hey Neil. This is his. Neil, I think this is official recognition that you're a proper FED member, getting on a Darth parody sketch. So, fingers crossed you get a good stint, mate. Mate, I end up as Daddy Pig, so you know, God knows what you'll be.
It's supposed to be the opposite of what you are, right?
Not necessarily. Oh, Legolas isn't the opposite of Arwen. Pretty much Arwen.
Can't shoot a bow.
Arwen's got a bow on his back wall.
That doesn't mean he could shoot it, and it's a crossbow.
He had a bow before you.
I bet he loves that, boy.
Oh my god, I like this. Very snappy, Adam, by the way. Very
Now
snappy.
she speaks.
I was just getting my food earlier.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. All right. What is it?
What is it?
Oh, SpaghettiOs. She said it was.
SpaghettiOs.
It's not SpaghettiOs. You're out of context. SpaghettiOs is a specific meal that's in a can by Chef Boyardee. Now she's going to rumpus me.
Looking. Yeah, you go on bashing my food for crying out loud.
Just eat your SpaghettiOs.
Yeah.
By the way, those things are nasty.
What?
They're nasty. I had them when I was a kid, and I thought they were nasty then.
We don't have that, but we might play around with the name a little.
It was
like they did with brand.
It was like that little O's in pasta with like watered down ketchup.
Mm.
That's what it tasted like. It was horrible. And they had a good catchy commercial, so that made everyone buy it. All the kids wanted it and stuff, and they just kept eating it in lieu of how nasty it was because it was a good commercial.
Well, yeah, well. See what it does when you have good advertising?
Yeah, you could Jedi mind trick people. Yeah. Yep. I see it. I look for it. I am not only immune, I look for it.
Is that why you still have mac and cheese out of the box?
Mac and cheese out of the box every now. That's mac and cheese is different than SpaghettiOs, so that's a non sequitur. Non sequitur. Non sequitur false equivalence fallacy.
You know, the cheese you have is like fake.
It has to be fresh mac and cheese, Kraft mac and cheese out of the box. It has to be.
But, out of the box can't be fresh.
Yeah, I understand that, but in context, it has to be fresh. It can't be you make it and then put it in the refrigerator and then eat it the next day. You can't do that. It's got to come right off the stove.
Yep, after you get it out of the box.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. That I can hang with that.
And then it's not fresh for crying out loud.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. You throw a little hot sauce. See, that's one of the things I do with the hot sauce, besides wingies, is mac and cheese is prime time ready for hot sauce.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's really friggin' good.
Yeah, out of the box.
Yeah, but still out of the box, Betty.
Wasn't mac and cheese better back like in the 90s or something?
90s?
Hmm.
Because I thought I remember them tasting better, like, or maybe I just didn't do it right when I made it more recent.
It's possible.
Well, I remember McDonald's being really nice in the beginning, but later on, not so much. I think they do that to trick people.
Arwen's asking, what's wrong with me? Do you have some time? You got a legal pad?
By the way, Adam, he says that it's not a crossbow. What kind of bow is it then?
Not a man's bow.
An elf's bow. An elven
It's an
bow.
elf's bow.
Yeah, they have powers. magic powers.
Really?
Yeah.
Is this a Dutch thing?
It's action play, right? I think action play means that it's American.
Now he said it was not a crossbow, so that means it's past tense. So is it gone?
Nobody's put that out there that it's a crossbow. I've never accused you of being French. Wouldn't do that.
Crossbow.
Yeah, but that would be an insult if you called us French. Because I know how you feel about the French, Adam.
Exactly. That's why I said I didn't accuse Arwin of that, using a bloody French instrument.
A bloody instrument.
Very bloody. It hits.
We found the murder weapon.
Alfredo sauce. We just got done talking about Alfredo sauce. Where was I talking about that?
What is Alfredo sauce?
24/7. Alfredo, look it up. Alfredo sauce. It's too strong, right? So I have to mix it. I mix it with spaghetti sauce if I have it.
Too spicy?
No, it's heavy, cream laden. It's that my son loves it because he needs the calories. It's a good way to get like 1 billion calories in one meal.
Okay. So not for someone that's on a diet then?
No. Do you want to stay clear of Alfredo?
Was Alfredo the fat man?
Not the fat man. It's called a sauce.
Yeah, but it was being called after the man that made it.
Oh boy. Now it wasn't Alfredo. It was just Fred.
Fred.
For God's sake.
Only to his friends.
All right. Any other business that we need to attend to?
I might be leaving earlier.
Why is that?
It's so beautiful night out, and I want to have a walk when it's still light.
You got every other day of the week.
No, it has been really bad weather here and cold.
Cold.
Huey's just stated the opposite, though. He was grumpy because it's gorgeous there for the first time, but he's got to do the show.
Mm-hmm.
It is nice here, though, as well, Betty. It's gorgeous weather at the moment.
Unbelievable. Yeah,
Do
know what?
know these little houses, Adam? And you can get them as a sort of a gift. And when the lady is out, it's good weather, and when the man is out, he has an umbrella with him, and then it's rainy.
Yeah, they're proper old school.
Yeah, QE is the one with the umbrella, and I am the sunny girl that comes out when it's sunny.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Terrible metaphor.
There he is, the grumpy man.
Well, no, he comes out with a smile when it's not as hot.
I hope so. Unless, it's not an umbrella that he's packing. He's packing his bow, of course.
Yeah, I need some time on task with it because I changed up a couple things, and I just want to get a little bit of time on task. The last archery shoot is Saturday, and I just want a little bit of time before Saturday to kind of just iron out a few minor details. Nope. 98 degrees, 95% humidity. You go out, you walk out the door, it like hits you like a freight train. Right? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. We've had it all summer. Get on, get going, get out.
Have you thought of moving?
No.
To Canada.
That's not going to change, is it?
No.
It's the same here.
He said it's the same here.
Okay, so Canada is not an option then.
At least not where I am. I'm in the Niagara region.
Maybe Greenland then.
Yeah, I'll move to Greenland.
How about Spitsberg?
About where?
Spitsberg.
Where the hell is that at?
That's even, I think, above the Scandinavian countries, close to the North Pole.
Spitsberg?
Yeah.
In what
Spitsbergen.
country?
Is it Finnish?
A,
Or is
a
it...
burg is not a country.
Norway.
What is?
Norway?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
super chat,
Spitsbergen.
Betty, stop.
Yeah. It's James Richards. He says, "On with the show, and when is the reckoning?" He says.
That's a good question. I haven't made up my mind up just yet.
Well, we first need to know where Spitsbergen is. It's basically discovered by the Dutch. That's why it's called Spitsbergen.
Spitsbergen is the island of Svalbard. Largest island in Norway.
Yep.
Off the north coast.
They keep the seeds there in a sort of a storage. The original ones. Not the one up
What
on
seeds?
the...
Oh, Svalbard Global Seed Vault. There you go, yeah.
There. What a knowledge.
That's for the New World Order?
Yep, that's where they're going to be next.
Huh.
In deep
Interesting. That's not where I wanted to go with the show today.
Really?
Let's go ahead and get into this. So James wants to get on with the show, but he's tired of listening to this tripe.
Nonsensical buffoonery.
Yeah, they're nonsense. There you go. A nonsense waffle. I do like that when I heard that Nathan say that. He might have said it a few other times in the past, but I never caught on to it. But he called some of you nonsense waffler. I did. Yeah, it's sort of catchy. All right, hold on. I got to share this.
Yeah, last night was it jarring? Diddle jar? What was it?
Stop dilly-dallying.
Dilly-dallying. Also.
Betty liked that for some reason.
No cursing.
No swearing.
Oh, no swearing.
Jesus, you screwed it up. You had your first time at it and screwed it all up.
What did you say?
No cursing.
Being flatsy.
So Betty,
Yeah.
you missed the show because you had to leave. Johnny Bernards was on here and he was letting some F-bombs go, but it really didn't matter. Every time it let a swear word go, it would do the Nathan thing, no swearing. Right? So I must have did it like 25 times, no swearing. But it's funny in a sense. It was funny to me because there's no repercussions, right? It's just no swearing. And then if he continues to swear, the only thing you say is no swearing. And even when they don't swear, no swearing.
Even when they make a point that you can't dispute.
That never happens. Yeah, that never happens.
Stumbling, man.
Can you bring up a point? Can you go ahead and example that?
I was thinking if Nathan has someone that's sort of stuttering, right, or stammering, he gets right on it.
He does, but that has nothing to do with the point you just made. I'm trying to hold yourself to your assertion. So we sort of do that when somebody makes a point that we can't rebut. Then we say no swearing. Now, that never happens. You just made that up. So can we move on?
You're sick of it, or me making stuff up.
What the hell are you mumbling about now? Are you eating?
Yeah, just last bite.
So what do you have with it? We'll have to deal with this, James, before we get on with the show. What do you have with the spaghetti? So you got noodles and you got spaghetti sauce, hopefully.
Yeah, with some minced meat and vegetables in it.
Minced meat in spaghetti?
Yes.
How do you even survive? No wonder you guys got a poor disposition all the time.
No, you see us as poor dispositions.
What did I hear you have inside?
Yeah, I knew it. Go ahead, take over, Neil.
What? Listen, if you're gonna have a meat sauce, then you have a chopped meat with the sauce, and you serve that with a little ragout over gavadils. But if you have a meat sauce, a whole piece of chicken breast, meatballs,
Meatballs?
For God's sake, Neil, you're roboting. Your perfect time to hold Betty's feet to the fire, and you start the friggin' robot after you give me a good radio check before the show, the best radio check that I ever had from you, and you wring your neck. Neil.
You muted me.
Yeah, because you're roboting.
All right, am I roboting now?
No.
No.
Okay, if you're gonna have a meat sauce, you have to have chopped meat in the sauce, and then it's a chopped meat sauce. If you're gonna have a meat sauce, it's got to be whole sausages, a whole piece of brajol, meatballs. My wife also throws short ribs in there, even a chicken breast. But minced meat? What the heck are we talking about here?
What do you think meatballs are made of? Like minced meat, for crying out loud.
Oh, you mean chopped meat?
Yeah, so the minced meat, you just ruffle it up so that it's like little crumbs, sort of like. And then it's
Oh, boy.
spread through the sauce.
Ragu, Neil. Ragu.
I looked
No,
up
it's-
minced meat.
Come on.
I looked up minced meat, and it's just ground beef. I mean, ground beef makes sense in sauce, right?
Yeah, if she says ground beef, they call it minced, we call it chopped meat here.
Oh, okay. It might just be
I guess you're good.
It might be a
Thanks.
mistranslation with the word minced. Okay, Betty, go on. Sorry.
What is minced meat for you then?
It's not ground.
Ground? I don't put it on the ground to eat.
Ground meat. Oh, brother.
See, it's a translation thing.
That's what I just got done saying.
Really? Think you don't put it on the ground and eat it?
Yeah, of course she did, because she's got no way out. So, please.
No, I'm not having that. Betty, it's not a translation issue. Mincemeat is meat that goes through a mincer in the UK. Obviously, meat that goes through a mincer in the US is called chopped meat.
Okay. Well, then Okay, so you understood then, Adam.
It's not our retard here, it's theirs. The stuff that goes through a mincer isn't minced, it's chopped.
Okay, what
As
else is in
opposed
there?
to chopped meat that's been chopped over here.
All right. I think everyone's gotten it. All right, Betty, continue. What else?
No, bell peppers, mushrooms, maybe what was it again? Oh, I think that's it.
Oh, then
and
that's not all that bad. Although Paula says minced meat is a mixture of chopped dried fruit, distilled spirits, and spices, and often beef suet. Usually used.
No.
Don't rumpus me. Usually used as a pie or pastry filling.
Yeah, that's not minced meat. That's mincemeat.
Oh God. Okay, Betty.
Mincemeat is what you put in. You put it in Christmas pies. Yeah, you can use mincemeat in a pudding or in Christmas pies. Yeah, it's like raisins and sultana. What's it saying there? Yeah, and spice and stuff.
Rambo.
So that's mincemeat. One word.
Thanks, Adam. Rambo Skills says that's what you call a cow with no legs. Ground beef.
Very good.
That's so
You should have super chatted that.
yeah. Then I would have shouted it out.
Oh, you're lucky I caught that one. See, that's just a diamond in a rough that I just happened to be looking over there.
Well, that's Rambo skills.
So, James, we're going to get to the topic. We just have to muddle our way through this, and I know it's difficult. It's tedious, right? But that's not really what I was asking. What do you have with the spaghetti? Sauce.
Just something to drink. That's it.
Oh, you don't do any bread or any salad or anything like that?
No. It doesn't need it. I mean, the whole vegetable thing is in there, right?
I don't see it happening. I have to have some type of bread with spaghetti.
Outstanding. That's right, QE. No, you have to have some sort of bread. Garlic bread, Italian bread. You need bread with sauce.
Yes.
No, there's spaghetti with sauce. I mean, spaghetti is also like based on dough and
Yeah, but it's not bread.
yeah, but it's the same old. Why would
It's
I
not
have
the
extra?
same.
Yeah, but I don't want to fill myself up with bread when I get some nice bowl of like spaghetti. Maybe some Parmesan cheese on top. That might be doing it. Topping
All
it
right.
off. But
All right. Fair enough. I mean, it's pretty lame, but it's passable.
speaking about lame,
Go ahead.
Are you serious? I'm gonna leave that hanging there.
Yeah, right. I figured you would.
Hmm.
All right, let's get on with it. I have not had time to review this. I ran into it this morning and continued to get a sorry disposition with it. So it's being shared. Let's go through it a little bit, and then I'll stop here and there. This isn't going to be like, what?
What's it?
It's FED episode, FED Live 1946, the David Weiss science situation with Representative Witsit Gets It.
Oh. And what are we doing? We're looking at FED panel members.
Not really.
Frustration.
Yeah, because you're in there. So let's just get a flavor of. I'll tell you, to be honest with you, I can't remember how this first started out. I didn't listen to it originally. I just listened to it this morning, like I was saying before I was interrupted. I don't remember really how this goes because it's long and drawn out and there's so much stupidity, right? It's like a self-protective mechanism just to zone stuff out, right? So we'll take a listen to it. We'll see what everyone thinks about it. How about that? It'll be like a little impromptu. It's impulsive. Good?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Tell me if you can hear it. I'll play 5 seconds and stop it and say, do you hear this? And then you tell yes or no. Okay? Here we go.
This is the trouble, isn't it? So you can look at what Dave's saying and realize.
So now, can you hear Adam talking?
No.
I did.
Thanks, Betty. You little stinker, you. Just stay with your damn SpaghettiOs.
Sorry, I had to do this.
Yeah, that you had to do it. I can't hear it, so I got to turn this up for me a little bit.
You didn't.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
That it's not science. I'm not particularly that bothered. The point I would highlight is what's been highlighted in the clips. It's that juxtaposition between the two sides. Juxtaposition on the one side, where we say science proves things and we're clear what science is. Over there, one side saying science does prove things, the other side saying science doesn't prove things. That's like I say, the juxtaposition that is nonsensical from them. What are they doing? Why are they trying to keep science proving things alive? What science are they trying to keep alive, and for what purpose? That's what you need to look at, and just highlight that between the two of them, they can't even make their mind up in their own camp where the science proves things.
That's very good before Shitsit40 jumps in with his nonsensical lion surrat drivel. That was very well put, Adam.
I was going to say, I was wondering what the issue was there.
No issue.
I say, to me, before we get into critique, I don't really care. I'm so happy for these guys to keep talking. Neil said it earlier. I want him to say it's a lie, and I don't give a shit in terms of getting an admission from any of these guys over there anymore. They've demonstrated to me it's a highly unlikely event. I'm happy for him to keep talking and demonstrating my point for me. You know.
Sure. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We still agree with the juxtaposition. So
You still agree with the juxtaposition. Juxtaposition of what? Could you be any more vague? You want to get somewhere in the vicinity of some type of specificity, for God's sake?
I used
Complicated.
juxtaposition there. I was going to say contradictory positions, but I felt it was probably a little too inflammatory.
Right.
Would be bitten upon.
I heard. I knew
chose
that.
Juxtaposition on purpose there. Yeah. And I had to correct myself because it's normally used like in. Like I said, I put it into one camp. The juxtaposition in the one camp. It's interesting that it agrees with that, and that's one of the really important things. What are these guys saying? If they're saying science does prove it, doesn't prove it, does prove it, doesn't prove it.
So he just agreed with the nonsense waffle juxtaposition they hold. He agreed with that, is what you're saying.
He agrees with them holding it. That's the strange thing, isn't it? Just maybe go back 5, just before you.
We'll go back 10.
press replay.
We'll pull a J and go back 10.
But that appears to be what he's saying. He's just agreed with what I said, that actually the two main big dudes in his camp are actually in a juxtaposition, or they hold contradictory positions. He seems to agree with that.
Let's go back a whole 20. Let's go back a whole 20 seconds, so we get the whole flavor of it. How about that?
That's what you need to look at, and just highlight that between the two of them, they can't even make their mind up in their own camp where the science.
We still agree with the juxtaposition. So
That's great. Thanks.
not complicated.
It's not complicated that you and your boys contradict each other. Yeah, that's not very complicated. We all get it. Dumbass.
I mean, you can only really speak for yourself, can you not?
I can speak for both Dave and I. And the new.
Okay, so he can speak for David Weiss. Everyone heard that, right? He said he can speak for David Weiss. Remember that.
Nuance that's being left out is, yes, science can prove things relative to control variables.
Oh, that's horseshit. That's redundant. Control variables are part of the scientific method, you dumbass. Not relative to them. They are part of it. You're not. It's nonsense. You're nonsense waffling, idiot.
And human fallibility.
Human fallibility. Yes, humans have to be conscious while they're doing science. Oh, we forgot to add that. Our bad. This is just Nancy Weasel, lion, sore rat, weasel horseshit. He thinks he's an intellectual with this. And clown.
Talking past each other, and this is just a.
We ain't talking past each other. Here we go with the incoherent Joseph Goebbels. He's going to reinterpret the reason. Everyone's heard what Jaron said. Everyone's heard the discussion that Nathan and Jaron's had. Now, he's going to reinterpret everything for us so we actually understand what's going on. That's what he does. He's an incoherent Joseph Goebbels. Remember, he was doing this shit 8 months ago. I had a whole 4-hour show pointing this out. Go ahead, Adam.
He's rumpused. Or Nathan rumpus me, you see. Nathan hijacks the point because he's heard what I've said and he's thought, oh, this is good. And then not following this quite the same vein. So instead of responding to the juxtaposition, I'm no longer talking now. Yeah? Nathan's jumped in. It's Nathan's show. Okay, he's now responding to what Nathan said. He's now avoided the point of agreement.
Yes, agreed. Yes. Nathan, you listen to this. So stay on the single topic. If I can give any advice, stay with one single topic at a time. Like the first one that he vomits out of that blowhole stick to that. Don't leave it go. And then move on to the next one. Because he's going to bring up 10 points, right? So stick to one at a time and just destroy every single one at a time. That's my advice to everyone.
The false dichotomy.
I'd agree with that. So you're saying you can prove things with science, providing you've got a valid hypothesis, controls that are actually controlled, and you haven't got an idiot experimenter.
Yeah, that's implicit in.
Pause then.
Yeah.
So this is part of what I said. You can't hold us guys to any account. You just heard me there nail him to the wall.
Okay.
To the point that he's go back and listen to his response. He's then nailed to the wall. I don't get a chance to speak again.
Gotcha. I'm tracking with you.
To continue the point that he's just admitted.
We got it.
Juxtaposition. Yeah.
We got it, Adam. Thank you. Yes, you are relieved of responsibility for this one. Yes.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the format because I'm not trying to just excuse myself. I didn't know it was going to start with me. It could have been anyone else. I think you'll see the same thing continue in terms of our ability to continue an inquisition. We're not able to because of the rest of the panel members and Nathan. Yeah, that's a good example you've seen there.
Okay, fair enough. Well, the audience can make their own judgment on it. My disposition may be unwarranted. We're gonna see. Okay.
Pretty much what I told Jaren then.
If that's what you told Jaren, yeah. And I mean,
what do you mean if that's what he told Jaren? You listened to it. I'd be shocked if you weren't feeding him information during it. Now, I can't prove that, but I'll tell you what, you've definitely talked to him about it. And talked to him before he went on about it. That's for damn sure.
More specifically, there could be a variable you just don't know about.
What? There could be a variable you just don't know about where? In what context?
And that's what Jaren is trying to say.
What?
So the context is the context that they don't understand scientific method.
Yeah.
So they think putting in another variable that could elucidate a similar outcome, is in some way a disprovement of the proof you've just attained. And in making that statement, it demonstrates they don't understand the scientific method.
Exactly. You got it, Adam. Thank you. Yep, you got it. You're right on point. Here we go.
Clearly,
that's not correct.
Right?
That's not correct. Jaren was trying to say that when you find a different variable, it would invalidate the original cause and effect relationship that had been validated.
This is where I disagree with Jaren. Okay.
Me too.
But this
isn't a case of agree or disagree. This is purely objective. Scientific method is purely objective. Disagree and agreement, that's subjective. Has nothing to do with this discussion. At all. Zero. Non sequitur.
This requires a little bit of good faith also.
Oh, shit. He's back to his, remember 8 months ago, his good faith. Remember that? Unbelievable. His good faith. This was what he means by good faith. Because they have evaluated NASA photos for 7 years faithfully. Then we need to apply them some good faith in whatever they say. That's what he means. I just translated this idiot's good faith appeal. Everyone got that? If you're unclear, go watch my videos back there. I evaluated him with Flatzoid. Just go. I got a playlist for it. Globe Dumpsters Charades. Pull up that playlist and see where Flatzoid is on the screen. Hit that one. You're going to run into his good faith horse shit. He's just rinse and repeating this nonsense. It's laughable.
When we say
no faith is needed. The empiricism is embedded in the method. You don't need any faith.
Okay.
Why don't you tell him that, though? Why don't you tell him that?
Hold on, Chocolate. Go ahead, Witzy.
So let's just use a real quick example of the scurvy thing, right? So we gave them lemons and limes, and then the scurvy went away. Later, we found out it wasn't just the lemon and the lime.
What? That's stupid. Yeah, it was the lemon and the limes and the constituent parts of the lemon and the limes. That's just stupid. What?
If I, in a subsequent thing, demonstrate that kiwi fruit can prevent it, does that mean that oranges no longer prevent scurvy.
No, he's a dumbass.
Ah.
He's just trying to be. He's like Elmer Fudd. He thinks he's Elmer Fudd clever, but he's just train wrecking himself. This is really stupid. Let me continue.
It was the constituent part of vitamin C, right? Once you discovered that it's vitamin C, did you disprove that lemons and limes cure scurvy? No.
No, because lemons and limes have vitamin C in them, you dumbass. What a clown.
No, because you can still give them lemons and limes and cure scurvy. But technically, you can give them anything in the world that contains vitamin C.
Yeah, that's right. What do you think you're debunking something here? What a clown.
And cure scurvy, right?
Okay.
So that's the
fine.
gray area.
Well, let me just.
There is no gray area. That wasn't a gray area, you numpty dipshit. What the? Adam, what the hell is he on about?
Well, that exemplifies the point. You're going to say that little analogy he gave, and I don't disagree with it, because I'm thinking, hello, is he understanding it? But the analogy he gives, if he thinks, like I said, that the kiwi fruit is in any way disproving anything or creating a grey area, I don't know what that means. Clearly a grey area for him, grey area being a lack of understanding, the way I'd probably summarise that. The only reason he can be getting a grey area is because, as I said at the beginning, he clearly doesn't understand the scientific method.
Yep.
What it's proving, and the very fine constraints when we construct a hypothesis.
The gray area is between his ears, and he just conjured it. Yeah, he doesn't
not using that grey matter, is he? He's not using it.
No.
Maybe it's not manifest yet.
It's not manifest. Yeah, here we go.
Put this to you. Just imagine for a second, Witsit, that I gave those people lemons and limes, but, I gave them like, I don't know, 3 or 4 lemons, and they didn't get better, right? As far as you would be concerned, you'd given them a few lemons and that, and they've still got scurvy. So what would be your response?
In this particular case, that won't happen. There's not a threshold of vitamin C where all of a sudden magically you start getting better. As soon as vitamin C is introduced, the symptoms of scurvy will lessen immediately based on the mechanism. Of course, no one knows what that is. But in this particular case, that would be incorrect. We'll continue.
Response to that?
That would be the human fallibility aspect.
What does human fallibility have to do with this? Nothing. Yeah, they're conscious. You could be drunk and get this one right.
So your position in response to Jaron's position that he put to me would be to respond the same way I did, which would be to say that would make you an incompetent scientist. Those were my exact words.
But that's why he's saying that as applied in the real world.
No, that's why he's saying I'm wrong and a scammer, Witsit.
Yeah, but
not yeah. What an arsehole. Not yeah, arsehole.
No,
yeah. Calling me a scammer because, as you appreciate, you can prove with science beyond the fallibility of idiots like Jaron. You can prove things. You've already conceded that already. Jaron's saying I'm a scammer because I say science proves things. It does. You've affirmed that. He says I'm a scammer because I say that. Now that just makes him an arsehole, Witsit.
Well, it seems like you're
stuttering much. Yeah, it does sound like you're stuttering while I point out what an arsehole Jaron is.
I didn't stutter at all.
Yes, you did. And you will continue to stutter while I call Jaron an arsehole based on your affirmation that science can absolutely prove things.
No, what did I actually say?
That science proves things? And then you gave caveats about idiots like I did to Jaron when he challenged it?
See, you always have to remove the context. Science proves things.
What context? How did he remove the context? You say you removed the context. What do you exactly mean by that? Another baseless assertion. He just spurts this stuff out. It's like automatic with him. Or he'll get into his quote unquote horse shit. Get ready. Whenever you hear quote unquote, Get ready. You're about to get scammed. Go ahead, Adam.
We're happy here. The pressure point's been applied and it's been moved up upon. Yeah, we're going to argue. They'll argue this all day long. They'll bring up vitamin C, boiling points of water. This is what they're prepped for. That's not the question I asked. We're not on the pressure point anymore. We're just arguing about one side. We're on Dave's side at the moment, and Witsit is currently speaking for Jaren.
Yep.
And none of this matters. This can continue for weeks, months, years. It doesn't matter because they've got that juxtaposition on their own team.
Yep.
All right. We've missed it. We've missed the point.
Thank you. There we go.
Things.
So therefore, Jaren's wrong and I'm not a scammer. No context needed. Science proves things. Jaren is wrong. That is as simple as that.
Context needed.
Yeah, the context needed. Yeah, right. Well, the context. This is an Evo-tard ploy, folks. Back in the day, this is all the Evo-tards would do with this context nonsense, right? It's empty, baseless horse shit. It's meaningless. The context that we're talking about is vitamin C and scurvy. It's pretty simple, right? So, and the scientific method in its context is empirical, which this idiot doesn't know what that means either. We'll get to that, right? So there's appeal to context or just, it's empty, meaningless horseshit.
If you're dishonest, right? So science proves things relative to control variables.
Science,
Why do you keep
listen to what he just said. Science proves things relative to control variables. What a clown. You're a clown. Control variables.
Who interrupted there?
What? Say again.
Who interrupted there? Was that Arwen? Or
let me go back. Let me pull a fiver.
Wow, dude. This is a good example. That's an opportunity of trying to get in to challenge.
All right, let's hear it. Let's see who did it.
So science proves things relative to control.
Arwen.
Yeah. Because there comes a point where you're sitting there and you'll sit there for so long, but there comes a point of exasperation. You want to challenge. And we'll all hear different things because panel members have got different viewpoints. Mine's, as we've described, you see what I mean? Arwen's got a point and wow, what a contradiction. He's just chocolate's off mute as well. He's ready to go. Look.
Yep.
You can tell if we're up like, yeah,
yeah.
Whether Arwen gets a chance to go or not, I don't know.
I got you, but don't lose the fact of the point. This shit's it's just a weasel.
No, but this is the trouble. This is why we have to let Nathan go.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he will weasel. This is why we have to be quiet when because one of us can go. And whose show is it? The only person that can lead. And if you don't want a for Christ's sakes chocolate or my panel's rumpus in me, we respect and we're not too bad at it. But there are points like this where you do just go off mute just because to go, oh my God, this guy is just taking the piss. I've got to interrupt and piss you off, Nathan. Because this is just abhorrent, the bullshittery that's being dropped.
You know what's funny? Most of the people on here will do that. Not so much you. Most of the people on here do that. But then eventually Chikey does it. He's not in here right now, but he'll do it. And he gets a chance to speak his full mind. That's what cracked me up. That friggin' moron. So.
Right, so why is none of the Flat Earth Debate panel members upset? Why is nobody bothered? These guys need to speak. We can speak. People can hear us. Arwen's got a show. Yeah, we get opportunities. Yeah, we want these guys to speak. Yeah, we don't need to rebut them. They need to just explain their position. People's own minds will make it up. Yeah.
All right.
I don't need to rebut either.
All right, we got it. Thank you. We're going to continue on. This is more or less, I'm not evaluating. I'm just evaluating the panel on the side. The main one is Shitsit. So don't lose sight of that. All right?
Control variables. Why do you keep leaving?
Like with the scientific method.
Yeah, no one's leaving control variables out in the scientific method, you idiot.
The thing I was trying to educate Jaren in. So you're saying so long as you follow the method and have control variables, IV, DV, CV, a method, then it would prove things. Yeah, like I was trying to educate Jerenin. He still tried to call me a scammer at the end of it, though, Witsit, making him an arsehole.
No, because if you discover a new control variable that you didn't previously know about...
Adam, you discovered... Hold up. I got all this. You discover a new control variable that was previously unknown. That's a married bachelor, you friggin' moron. There is no such thing as a control or a constant that's unknowable. That's called a confounding variable. You numpty dipshit. Go ahead, Adam.
There it is again. That's all I'll say. Reiterating the point that I said earlier, that he doesn't actually understand the method.
Yep.
You're going to say things like that. You've got...
Yep. That was one of the stupidest things I've heard for some time.
I say, let them speak. It demonstrates the point. How many people who are educated, with an understanding of science, and don't hold a view, but are flat curious, shall we say?
Yep.
Yeah, and they're leaning this way, and they listen to that.
They are. Yep. You're right. You got it.
Where do they go? They go back to the ball, because this guy doesn't even understand scientific method.
Yep. Right in that statement, you're exactly right. Anyone with any salt, as soon as he said that, knows that he's a pretender clown fraud right now. He doesn't. Nothing's going to save him from that. You dumbass. Thank you very much, Shitsit. Please continue.
Now, that could, in fact, be the cause.
When you hold that independently of the thing you were varying initially.
Say again?
When you hold that new variable independent of the original variable in your experiment, both could prove something. That's right. Both could be varied independently and prove a cause of an effect. But that doesn't invalidate the original experiment, Witsit. The original experiment would still be proving your original predictive statement as true, because you would only be varying that independent variable.
Say it, Betty.
Independent variable.
It would prove your original predictive statement true.
So I'm definitely not a scammer then, if you're proving things with that methodology of science. So I'm definitely not a scammer for saying it proves things, though, as you've just affirmed for the third time.
I don't know if you think that if, like, you make sure I don't get to say it, then you can pretend you're right.
What the hell are you... What is this appeal?
He's just destroyed his understanding
of
scientific method, okay? What does Witsit come back with? If an exemplified it, right, and he comes back with, I don't know if you... Listen to this guy's lack of understanding. His deception. He's not prepared to even admit that what's just been demonstrated to him and exemplified is actually, oh, that's a correction I should take on board. Because it's fundamental. It is his challenge as to why scientific method isn't valid. Just demonstrate to him, and he's just openly exemplifying his lack of knowledge or comprehension of the method.
Now he's going to feebly try to Nancy his way out of this.
Or something, but everyone sees that, bro.
Everyone sees what? That you're a pretender clown fraud. Yeah, that's for sure. You ain't Jedi mind tricking anyone that can fog a mirror. Maybe your subscribers you'll Jedi mind trick with this little Nancy fag horse shit, but you're already compromised there, clown. My word.
So can you just chill?
So can you just chill? Bruh.
Appeal to format fallacy.
Yep.
Yeah. Or personality, which hasn't even occurred.
Right.
That's the weird thing.
Yes. Yeah? Yes, he's conjured this in his mind somewhere. In that gray area.
Well, because he can keep speaking, can't he? He can keep speaking.
Yeah.
So there's certain parts of script they'll revert to. Aaron does it, You'll hear it with these guys. They'll revert to certain parts of script that are kind of nonsensical.
Yep.
In the conversation,
Yep.
in of themselves. It allows them to dominate the conversation, hold the room, and move the conversation in a different direction.
Exactly. You got it. Yep. Listen to Adam. He's all over this. Yep.
Control a variable, okay, then we control every variable we know about. What happens when we decide to control the previous IV and then we manipulate that unknown control variable?
Now he said it again, an unknown control variable. Thank you. The unknown control variable. Next time you see him, ask him what the unknown control variable is. Fucking clown. I got to tell my wife this after this is over. I'm gonna challenge her with this unknown control variable. I can already see the look she's gonna give me.
That
What
sounds
an
like a
ass.
Donald Rumsfeld thing, doesn't it? The unknown control variable. The known unknown. Known unknown.
Oh
control
God,
variable.
Adam, please.
The non.
That we discovered, and we still get the same effect. What we've shown is maybe it wasn't just the IV relationship we thought about at first. You can say that's human fallibility, but
Human fallibility, this is just a nonsense waffle. That was non sequitur.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's a demonstration of a lack of understanding of scientific method.
Yeah, more or less what I just said. That's non sequitur.
that's Jaren's whole point.
Yeah. So he doesn't have a point. Thanks.
Just. So in logical terms, not just would also include the original statement as proven. So like I refuted your affirmation that Jaren's justified for calling me a scammer by saying science doesn't prove, it's not just the original proven statement, but also a new independent variable proving to cause the effect. So we've got two scientifically validated and proven experiments in this scenario. Then Witsit.
Yeah, can we do this? Let's stay in context there, Shitsit. You just conjured this? So what are the two what are the two causes of scurvy? In keeping with... Right?
No.
No.
Forget Nathan's... No. What did he just say? He's just been saying previously that science proves things. Okay? He's admitted that. Now we're discussing Jaren saying that science doesn't prove things, and he's just provided mitigation for why science doesn't prove things, even though science does prove things.
Right.
You see why they're happy to flip-flop.
Yes.
This is why the first thing when asking the question, yes, we like that juxtaposition, or whatever his response was, it wasn't in the embarrassment of the contradiction. It was a recognition that they're happy to move forwards with that and play us off. Listen to what's happening. This is just intellectually benign, QE, what's going off right now.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah.
It's not only benign, it's contradictory.
It's prepared script and rehearsed and repeated and circled. It reminds me of arguing with the ballers back in the day.
Yep.
There is no point to it other than constant taking somebody to a point of defeat and then moving sideways.
Yeah,
and that's what we're listening to.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Sure.
So on two occasions, we're showing that science absolutely proves things then.
I
answered, you little bitch. Your boy Jaren's been proven so fucking wrong it's untrue. He needs to make a retraction, and you need to start putting some pressure on him to make that retraction. I am not a scammer. Jaren was just wrong and doesn't understand science.
You would not be a scammer if you start...
I'm not a scammer. Science proves things. You've affirmed it. I wouldn't be. No, I'm not. Jaren says I am because I say science proves. He better get on with retracting it, and Dave Weiss better get his ass in here so he can be educated on science too, Witsit.
I knew it was too good to...
You speak for Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss will be attending here, won't he, Witsit?
Why are you so toxic, dude?
You will be speaking...
Why you so toxic is his rebuttal. Deuce 7 offsuit, folks. Deuce 7 offsuit, baby. He's just a little Nancy fag now. That's all this is. You getting it? You guys tracking? You need somebody to explain that to you. He argues like a clumsy child. There you go. Poster child of it right there.
Speaking for Dave Weiss, you say?
He can speak for himself.
You told me you...
Oh, he can speak for himself now. No, wait a second. Remember when I told everybody to remember what he said when he first came in? He said, Witsit, I can speak for David. Now, David can speak for himself. Contradict yourself much. Double speaker.
This is the next. I remember this bit. This is because he did do that at the beginning. Yeah. Which is strange that he can speak for two people holding contradictory positions.
Yep.
But he did make that claim, and
Yes.
Nathan will hold him to that painfully. And it will show you what. See, this will show you what a shithouse he is. Because anybody with any level of integrity would have just retracted the thing they came in as Billy Big Balls with. I can speak for Joe and Dave. Yeah, because I'm the fucking man, I am. Yeah, because that's how he came in with it.
Right.
That was the demeanor he used. Yeah. But like I say, anybody with any integrity at this point, or as Nathan will keep pressing this pressure point, and this is good, you just say, you know what? I didn't mean it like that. You back down. You'd have the integrity and honesty to anybody with any intellect, as they'll listen to this. That of course you can't speak for Dave and Jaron, yeah, like you're now claiming to do. It's a very odd bit of machismo that's presented now, and demonstrates just they really don't care what their word means, their integrity means, anything anymore. Even on a point like this, which is benign, intellectually benign, and just a point of demonstrating that you're just an exaggerating, lying scrote. But even there, where you could get an easy win for the audience and show a bit of honesty and truth, which always helps. Yeah, he wouldn't even back down then, and continues this. I remember Nathan teasing him because I think he apologizes for it later because it is such an apparent demonstration. And Nathan apologized. You shouldn't have done, mate. I thought it was good. Yeah, it's in a really good point of what a bunch of liars these guys are. Imagine me rocking up and saying, yeah, I can speak for QE and Nathan.
Yeah, it'd be your ass.
Hey, you know what I mean? What kind of relationship? Yeah, they're my bitches. I can say anything I want. You know.
Yeah.
Integrity as a human being, guys. Remember what you're portraying when you speak your words. That's all you're being held to.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
You could speak for him. That is what you told me upon entrance.
I just don't understand why you have...
You said you could speak for Dave Weiss. Now you're going to be doing that.
Okay.
Okay. So Dave Weiss will be attending his education on science, won't he, Witsit?
I will happily discuss with both of them that...
No, you'll speak on his behalf as you...
Yeah, see this? You see, here's the problem. Shitsit40 is so used to his little modern day debate fiascos where you get to drone on for 10, 15 minutes with the monologues of filled baseless assertion fallacies and no one can call you on it. Now he's paralyzed. This is the antidote to expose this clown. All you have to do is, oh yeah, support that horse shit. And then it all comes tumbling down. He's Jedi mind tricked himself into thinking he's some type of intellectual for debating, it's not even a debate show, for discussing topics with abject friggin' non-flat earth retards. So he thinks he's all that in a bag of chips, right? And then he comes in here, anyone that can fog a mirror will just utterly destroy him. Or he'll destroy himself.
You got a super chat.
Another one.
Another one.
Go
From
ahead.
James Richards again. He says, I know one thing that science doesn't prove. the shape of an object. The method is not even used, it's actually useless on such a matter.
Correct. Thanks, James. You're not going to be the only super chatter here today, are you? Like that one show a couple weeks ago?
All by onesie.
All by his onesie, folks. Honey, we only
Nobody
got
wants to be
James.
alone.
Honey, only James. All right, here we go. Thanks, Betty.
You told him and me that you could, right, Witsit? You've got permission to speak on his behalf, you said. Stuttering much? Dave Weiss will be attending. Witsit will make sure of it. He is his representative here, aren't you, Witsit?
Why? Can you chill?
You're not stuttering much? Now that I've...
Why? Stuttering bitch. Can you chill? Yeah, Rhodes Scholar material here.
Got you over a barrel to make damn sure that the audience will expect Dave to be here. Yeah, they will.
Me over a barrel. I started this with an immediate concession from you.
Yeah, that Jaren's wrong. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm shouting at you and making damn sure that I lay down the law about what I'll be getting. I'll be getting a concession for Jaren about me not being a scammer that science does prove. And Dave, with his idiotic claims of proving puddles with science, he's going to get an education and you're going to make sure he, who you speak for, understands that. You understand that, don't you, Witsit?
I understand you think...
Good! Now get to getting Dave in here, because he needs to be educated on science, so he understands like you do. And Jaren will hopefully be corrected too, because you understand that that's where you and he differ, where he calls me a scammer for saying science doesn't prove when it does. Twice, right, Witsit? You could vary other things and prove other stuff. Yeah, you can. Science proves stuff, Witsit. You understand
talk like
that.
this in real life to me, dude. So...
Talk to this like you in real life. Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. Skeletor. You friggin' bozo. Go ahead and put on that air. Yeah, we would talk to you like that. It would be worse in real life. Sunshine. You fucking clown. No swearing.
This is what I'm trying to say. Science proves things relative to control.
Not relative to control variables. No, that's just some horseshit you made up. It's non sequitur. The control variables are already in the scientific method. You're an imbecile.
Variables and the limitation of our knowledge regarding those.
Our limitation of our knowledge. What the fuck? Adam, what the hell is he on about?
I don't. There appeals to be a consistent appeal to your fallibility, so that you can prove yourself less incorrect later on. I don't know what that's for. Again, I can only think it's to undermine scientific method as something that proves things.
I don't get it.
No,
it's non sequitur. It doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with the scientific method itself. Yes, we have to be conscious. Yes, there has to be air. The Atmo. Yes, we forgot to mention those things. Sorry. It's just a feeble idiot rebuttal.
It's presented to me as a curry favour, a point of admission of fallibility, which is always a good thing. And if you admit you're fallible, you're more honest.
Everyone already knows that we're all fallible. He's not saying anything.
No, but when you admit it, and this is, like I say, a contradiction, I'll use it here. Look at what you've got to do to show you're fallible. I didn't mean that. When I spoke about Dave like that, I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, yeah, but it's now being used in an admission of fallibility in a broader sense of all humanity. Humans are fallible, not me. Yeah, but I'm showing a bit of it. Either that or it's just mouth waffle, really. I mean, and that you have to take with Witsit a lot of the time, that he feels here like a DJ, doesn't he?
Yeah, a mouth waffle. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Intellectually benign.
Control
It's
variables
about
and human fallibility.
holding position and control, isn't it? And when you're in a debate, yeah, you might want to do that. And you do hear it. It is about just control. Or, like I say, if you listen to these guys properly, it's about subversion. Talk for 5 to 2 or 3 sentences, and then you move it on, and you keep going for 30 seconds. You've moved it on, and you've changed the point of weakness, and you've moved it back to a position you're happy to ramble about. You can sit back for a minute, ramble, because you're at a place of neutrality. And that's what these guys want. Listen to where they want to argue. They're happy to argue about their juxtaposition, that science does prove things, Dave-wise, doesn't prove things, Jared. Witsit's held both positions in this argument already.
Yep.
As he asks for mitigation, I start out with an admission. You know, some kind of heart bleeding. What is that about? Yeah, mitigation. As he talks to Nathan, this is the bullshittery. They just not honest.
Are you trying to get your 10,000 words out? You know, just because.
Yeah, because it's not honest. That's the 2 words that'll do it. Not honest.
I think you made your point, Betty, because he wasn't on the last show because of his 2nd birthday party. He wants to now 10,000 word me to death.
That wasn't the 2nd birthday party. That was the interim celebration.
You named it 2nd birthday.
That was BALLBUSTERS Saturday. The one I missed before was anyway.
And basically,
Basically proves things. Yeah, if you follow the method, it proves things, and Jaren is wrong. Yes, thanks. We got that for the 3rd time, Witsit. Thanks.
Yeah, one validated experiment doesn't negate another validated experiment.
Yeah, it's still proving stuff.
Eternal.
Yeah, still proving things, still making Jaren wrong, still making his claim that I'm a scammer for saying that absolutely outrageous. That's right.
So let's use the lemon and the lime.
Let's not. Let's get Dave in here so he can be educated, so he understands as you do, Witsit, that science proves things.
Pause it, Kieran.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
well,
saying.
one second. There you go. Go ahead, Adam.
Where did he ask to go back to?
To the lemon and the limes.
There you go. Well, I said it earlier. This is their prepared rhetoric. They want to just argue that in circles, like a baller does. Can we go back to Coriolis? Yeah, that's where they want to go. He's not as good as a rumpus, yeah, in terms of reintroducing it there. That was a desperate plea.
I got you. Yeah, and most people would follow that back because I'd like to go back there to those lemon and limes too to crush you again. But I see it, Adam. Yep.
You get me?
Yep.
Past each other. You guys have to censor me.
You guys have to censor me. No, you're just a dumbass. There's no censoring going on.
This is somebody button bashing. You know, if you've got prepared rhetoric lines, he's just pressing them one after the other. They're not making. They're going to say, listen to this. This is not a normal person.
Nope.
Engaging in conversation right now.
Nope. It's just Nancy fag horse shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying you guys are talking past each other.
Up. Is this a Chevy commercial? Yeah. Communist.
In reality, I agree with you in the.
like.
Just can you do a J? Just go back 10 seconds because I just want to hear that uninterrupted because I've critiqued it for not being coherent. I just want to.
Okay. We'll pull a J. All right, here you go, Adam. Tell me when to stop. Hopefully the Chevy commercial won't come back on.
You guys have to censor me. So that's why I'm saying you guys are talking past each other because in reality, I agree with.
Lovely. Thank you. It's just listen to that.
That was non sequitur.
And then listen to what's said. Yeah, that's why you guys, and then straight into kind of straw man accusation. That's why you guys.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know what his guys are going to have done next.
Who
you know what I mean? I know it's not relevant to any discussion that
Exactly.
is supposedly being held.
Yep. Maybe he'll get to it.
With you in the sense that, yes, you still proved your first experiment. Science proved that cause and effect relationship. Although in the future, you learned additional information that you find out, oh, well, that was too vague. And really, I wasn't entirely accurate.
What do you mean I wasn't entirely accurate? Lemon and lime still cure scurvy. What the hell is he on about? Is he retarded?
Back to point one, doesn't understand scientific method and the specificity of a hypothesis.
Yep.
And precise enough because actually it was the vitamin C, not the lemon and the limes. Does that?
It was what? Did he say vitamin D? I'm gonna pull.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull.
No, but don't ever bite on that. They've all tried it. Jaren did it. Witsit's done it. Yeah. It's a point of distraction. They say vitamin D, so you pick them up. Brian would bite. Yeah. And educate them. Yeah. But it's a point of distraction again.
We're going back 5 seconds because vitamin D. Let me hear that again. Maybe I misheard it.
It's not just Witsit wait. It's not just Witsit that does it this one time. Witsit will do it a number of times, and so does Jaren. Really?
I did hear Jaren say that one time. I thought he misspoke.
So did I, but the times it keeps reoccurring is beyond probability to me.
Got you. I got you, Betty. Go ahead, Betty.
Theo Meckerworthy says, Quantum Eraser, you are fined 1 credit for violation of the verbal morality statute.
Why?
I have no idea what it doesn't say.
The verbal.
No cursing.
Say again?
No cursing.
For no swearing.
Nice enough because actually it was the.
What else you got, Betty?
I said, not speaking with your mouth full.
Oh, you guys caught me. I just told my wife, go ahead and cut up one of those nasty oranges for me. It's an inside joke. And you guys caught me. This because Adam had his 10,000 words. I figured that I'd let him go for a little bit, and then I could squeeze in an orange. But he's been short, so I miscalculated during the last few little spots. And yes, I've been trying to eat an orange while I'm doing this. So sorry about that. I got hungry. I was a mite peckish. All right, can we move on?
Can we?
I still got 3 slices of that orange to squeeze in.
Vitamin C, not the lemon and the limes. Does that mean that lemons and limes won't still help with scurvy? No. So you are.
Did he say vitamin C and not the lemon and the limes?
No, he said D.
Did he say D again?
Yeah.
All right.
Talking past each other.
But no, so you're
What's
saying
it?
once you find out it's vitamin D, you said D, it's not going to be the fact that if you give men with scurvy lemons and limes, they will stop recovering then, according to you?
The opposite of that.
The opposite. So they'll still recover. So it's still proven that the lemons
I
and
just
limes...
said that.
Are you censoring me? I absolutely love being right. Because I get to gloat. I get to make demands. I get to tell Dave Weiss what he's going to be doing because his representative series speaks for him. I get to use your words of how science proves to demand retractions from Jaren. It's wonderful, Witsit, wonderful. And when you chant through me, right, I'll scream about your censorship in like parody of you screaming that we're censoring you.
Yeah, there you go, clown Shitsit. Pot, meat, kettle.
Not at all, son. No, what I'm actually doing is censoring my own panel because they can't shut the fuck up. Like G+ cannot keep their mouth shut while you're here. I've had to censor them, not you. Do you appreciate that? I had to shut them down so you could be heard. Did you realise that, Witsit? How ironic. Yeah, there's me still talking.
Was it there
Witsit.
then, Kiwi?
Thanks. I'd appreciate if you didn't.
There you go.
Okay. Now you can understand why any panel member can't pursue a point.
Exactly.
That's incorrect.
Even if they feel they want to.
That's incorrect.
And maybe no.
No,
it's about
that's
respect.
incorrect. Stop. He's telling Witsit that he's had to shut down G+, but in actuality, he hasn't.
No, but understand if we had
Yes.
have been overly chippity, and there would have been more for. So, like I say, nobody's beyond reproach. If we say something stupid, but I think to purview a method of attack is just not. It's not doable for anyone other than Nathan in this format.
Because you'll see, I understand what you're saying, Adam. But point of order, Your Honor, he made that statement, but you're going to see people come off mute and you're going to hear them. Watch.
Use your fundy mute button while I summarise what I will be demanding from Dave Weiss's representative, who definitely speaks for him, don't you, Witsit?
Nice projection.
No, that's what you said. You said you spoke for Dave Weiss, specifically.
You accused me of funding muting.
No, I accused you of speaking for Dave Weiss. That's what I accused you of.
I'll happily talk to Dave Weiss, yeah.
No, not talk to him. You speak for him. And when I
didn't say
demand
that.
that Dave Weiss is going to get an education, you understand that Dave...
He said, I didn't say that. I'm going to pull a J.
Exactly.
Hold on, folks. Pull a J. Remember when he first came in, he said that he could speak for Dave Weiss. Remember that? Listen closely.
That's what I accused you of.
I'll happily talk to Dave Weiss, yeah.
No, not talk to him. You speak for him. And when I
didn't say
demand
that.
that Dave Weiss is...
There you go. I didn't say that. Liar. Liar. Gotcha again. That wasn't hard.
That's about being a man. Being a decent person. Isn't it?
Yeah.
They're the things that when you engage with people in the real world, not on YouTube, because apparently the standards don't matter there, about how you engage with people. But that's what makes you a liar, a cheat, a fraud. When in the same conversation, you do that. And the bonus of YouTube is it's there. In the real world, you've only got your own recollection.
Right.
But it's there on YouTube, and it's there, Witsit. Yeah?
He can't
lie over that. If you lie over such a little thing like that,
right?
What will you lie for, son? What will you lie for?
Now, let me take that back. He's either lying or utterly, he's an imbecile that doesn't realize what he said previously. So that's a difficult one right there. You follow
He's a
that?
liar or a goldfish. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he's dumb as a bag of hammers that can't remember what he said the points that he made previously. And he doesn't, he's a shapeshifter. Right? A Mr. Magoo, that's what he is. An intellectually benign Mr. Magoo shapeshifter. Yep. That's him. You're exposed. Mae West is over in the corner blushing.
is going to get an education, you understand that Dave Weiss will be coming here to get an education as his representative. He will be because he's wrong when he uses those words. You also understand that, don't you, Witsit?
I know you act like you give people commands and you're the king of the hill of flat.
He is the king of the hill. He is the king of the... That's the whole point here, folks. Because he knows, everyone knows that Nathan is the king. And Witsit isn't. That's a problem. Does everyone get it now? Along with Jaron and David Weiss and all, they know who the king is, right? That's the whole problem. Does everyone see it now? Witsit just told you. Like I said many months ago.
Whoa, time out. See it now. I've
Yeah.
been saying this for the longest time. They're jealous bastards, and they want to be king of the hill.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't see that, but that's the game. This is the underlying issue that runs through all this that's usually unspoken, but he just told you. Right out of his own mouth. Let's get the whole flavor of this. I'm going to pull a J. Here we go.
Will be because he's wrong when he uses those words. You also understand that, don't you, Witsit?
I know you act like you give people commands and you're the king of the hill of flat Earth or whatever, but you're so toxic.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You're so toxic. I don't like your favorite
Very
color.
woke, that.
God,
It's very woke, isn't it? He's so toxic. Twice he's used that in the bit we've listened to now. So about King of the Hill, though. Nothing wrong with being on that hill. Yeah. I sell flat Earth and I sell flat Earth accessories, and I'm happy with that. I've got a problem people coming on that hill selling ether.
yes, he's the king of the hill, and that's the whole problem. And they're not.
Yeah, I've got no problem, right? They want to go and make their own ether hill. Go and make it. Stop linking it to flat Earth and the message we're trying to bring to people. I say, I'll bring it back to earlier. What do people think if they listen to a king of the hill flat earther that doesn't know whether science does prove things or doesn't prove things, depending on which side of the argument he wants to win?
Shitsit's got a ailment. It's called SWS. You know what that is? Short Willie syndrome. That's what he's got. That's it. Short Willie syndrome. Get it. Put the word out.
Snatch that crown off Jaren's head. That's right. There's a new king announcing himself here. It definitely ain't Jaren, who's a pathetic cuck, and is declaring how incapable he is of holding that crown. In spite of him.
He's a pathetic cuck. That is a very, very good characterization right there. I like that. Good job, Nathan.
Holding it by virtue of him doing stuff that he
SWS, you are too, by the way.
Probably shouldn't have, like on Netflix. But yeah, I am snatching that crown off him. That's right.
There's no crown. That shows that you're
really. Why is Dave Weiss telling me all about the wins that he gets then, and the money he gets, and the boats he gets? Are they not the wins, the spoils, the victories that Dave Weiss talks about? You'd know. You're his representative.
Dave has a boat. I've been on it. Dave actually makes money outside of flat Earth, so you don't know anything per usual.
So why would he use that to gloat at me, War? I don't understand. As his representative, maybe you can explain why he was using that to shout me down when I asked him to define some science terms.
I am almost positive that you're taking things out of context, because that's what you guys do, which is why you have to say.
Yeah, I know Adam's got to have something to say about that.
I was going to wait, and I think Nathan will read the comment out, but I'll say it now. It's the measure of a man, how you behave, you know, what you say, how you rebut things. It's the measure of a man.
Yeah, he's got SWS. It's plain to see. Hey, Betty, is this juicy? You don't listen to any of this stuff in your usual time. How's this going?
How's what going?
How's this going? There's some juicy stuff. There's a little bit of drama in here. What do you think?
A little bit too much dramatic for me.
You have never witnessed SWS syndrome?
I know there's a paper out for that for English.
Really? Pray tell.
No, Willie, not really.
All right. I just wanted to make sure you were there. Here we go.
I know.
I was just checking up on you. Because you know I'm not looking in Discord because I have this up on my screen, right?
Of course.
Okay.
But when I'm deaf muted, you will know that I'm not here. Okay.
I won't be able to see that until I come off of this screen.
Oh.
Because I'd have to, you know what? I'd have to pull one of these maneuvers.
Don't you have two screens?
I'd have to pull one of these maneuvers. Yeah, but I got OBS on the other screen. So I'd have to pull one of these maneuvers to see you over here and see you deaf and muted. Of course, you ain't going to see that for 10 seconds, but. All right. Enough of that admin junk. Here we go. Don't forget where we're at, folks. Get the Adderall drip out. You know what? I heard on the news that Adderall, that they had a shortage of Adderall. That's because all the pretender clown flat earthers are taking up all the supplies.
And NASA.
As his representative, would you give me permission to read out his words?
No, but you can send me the message and I'll read the full context and then ask him what the conversation was. Because
No, we want to hear the full context here of Dave Weiss's message back to Nathan. We'd like to hear that.
you guys consistently lie about me.
You guys consistently lie about me from a liar, from a demonstrated liar. Really? How do we lie about you? We're holding you to support one of your claims. Uh-oh, not on modern day debate fiasco anymore. Clown. You're toast.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that.
I believe you're telling the truth about Dave Weiss when you got the douchebag QE running around?
Oh, I never.
Douchebag?
I figured Betty would chime in.
That douchebag. You know, that word sounds really weird in Dutch because a douche is like a shower, right? A shower bag.
Yeah, but in American, that has definite meaning. Well, I never. But Betty, go on. Is that it?
Never. Well, yeah. Well, take it as a Dutch woman. Douchebag.
Take it as
Same in
I'm not a Dutch woman. Go ahead, Righteous.
Same in Romanian. Douche is a shower.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Yep.
Okay, everything's better.
Well, that fits
Just
because
read one
something's
sentence.
taking a shower.
So what he's calling me is a shower bag?
You finally got onto that, huh?
Well, I never.
Well, I think that's not so bad.
It's not so
Might
bad.
be much worse.
Dude, something's taking a shower.
Thanks for your evaluation there, Betty. I knew you'd like it, though. I didn't think it was coming up there that quick, but good on him.
I'm going to my master's swimming class and then I'm going to my boat. Fuck off. That was Dave Weiss's words.
Okay, so he said he's going to go to his boat where he doesn't have to worry about petty dudes that act tough on the internet across the ocean.
Petty dude, another little ad hom fallacy. You hear that?
Just rewind it, QA, just to remind the response.
What? You want me to go back to douchebag?
The petty ad hom from Witsit's irrelevant here. Yeah. What's important is the big man. Yeah. The man who's very, very wealthy responding to Nathan in the way he does. I tell you, talk about a measure of a man.
Okay. I'll pull it, Jay. We'll see where it lands.
Boat. Fuck off. That was Dave Weiss's words.
Okay, so he said he's going to go to his boat.
Go back and pull another J. We're going to get the douchebag in
Do
there.
another full J from there, and that'll put it in context.
I'll do two full J's. Here we go.
Guys consistently lie about me.
So why would I believe
you're telling the truth about Dave Weiss when you got the douchebag QE running around?
Just read one sentence. I'm going to my master's swimming class and then I'm going to my boat. Fuck off. That was Dave Weiss's words.
Okay, so he said he's going to go to his boat where he doesn't have to worry about petty dudes that act tough on the internet across the ocean.
That there? Want me to stop there?
No swearing.
Is that good?
Called you a douchebag?
Oh God. Yeah, Neil. Yes, he did. Now go fix your mic. Adam, any comment?
It would be it doesn't need mitigation, which is what Witsit provides. It needs recognition of why somebody would use that statement, I'm off on my boat, as a form of rebuttal or insult. Or in this case, I think a sneering, looking down on somebody comment, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a child with SWS. Of course, he had to slip in the little ad-hom fallacy about Nathan across the pond. And dude's acting tough. He's a second grader with SWS. Shitsit is.
That was in response to me saying, you don't know what science is, Dave.
Okay, so you think he's like saying, I have so much money and I'm better than you? Or
I'll read it
I'm
in
gonna
full
go
context.
chill on my...
I'll just read it as it
Pause it
comes
now,
off the
QA.
page. You don't...
If you could. Interesting that, isn't it? Interesting that Witsit is able to understand the actual insult within Dave Weiss's message instantly. Doesn't... Yeah? He prefaces it, doesn't he? He puts it into context so you think it's this, which is what I've accused it of. Yeah? He makes that instantly. Because, why? Because it's apparent when you say, I'm off on my boat. I'm off in my Ferrari with the hot chick and some cocaine. Yeah? When you say that to somebody, it's apparent what it means. Now, again, we've got a liar again, haven't we? He's tried to make out what it means, what it could mitigate for, and then instantly actually describes it as how it was meant. It's another good 20 seconds, isn't it? You know, this is what you're dealing with, people. Disingenuous liars.
Thanks, Adam. Got to wash my hands. They were really sticky.
Don't know what science is, Dave, full stop. Are you sweating? Response from Dave Weiss. I'm going to my master's swimming class and then I'm going on my boat. Fuck off. My response, you'd think you'd just define it. There's the full context of his boat comment, with my remarks either side.
Okay, yeah, so he's definitely not saying, haha, I'm so rich.
Yeah, I'm asking him to define some science terms, though, and he's fobbed me off by telling me he's going on a boat. So, do you think he could come around to telling me about those science terms he uses? He sits in front of interviews telling people to give him money for his app while he uses those words.
I think it's funny you immediately got exposed for taking him out of context, like I knew you would be, because that's what you guys have to do.
Taking him out of context? What the hell is he talking about? What context?
Well, the context that Witsit instantly defined so the conversation could get to this point. Nathan didn't. He just read it. Who defined the context? Witsit did. Listen to the conversation. Now he's accusing him of taking him out of context that he's provided.
What a delusional nutbag, man. You're a delusional douchebag, Shitsit. SWS. Did you get that, Neil? SWS? That's the new one.
You do it to me.
I told the audience that I asked him for some definitions of science words, and his response was...
What's that, Neil? Neil. He won't say anything till I start this video again. All right, we're going to continue.
No, that was me. That was me on the video, not now.
Oh, I'm sorry. So...
to tell me that he's going on his boat. He also gloated about the money he gets and the size of his audience.
Don't worry about it.
Why am I getting rumpus?
No, you're saying don't. What you guys need to worry about is lying about people, like how you got.
So the liar is telling us that we need to be concerned with liars. Yeah, you're the liar, demonstrated. Not only here, but on the last show and on all my audio clips. Yep.
You guys lie.
Like Jaron says that Nathan's a scammer because he says science proves things, and then you come on and back me 100%. That sort of lie.
I'm explaining that from my assessment, you guys are talking past each other.
I'm not talking past each other. Science
we
does.
We don't care about idiots' assessments. You're a more demonstrated moron from your assessment. Yeah, let's see the method. Let's hear the method you used in your assessment, dumbass.
But first, a super chat.
Super chat.
Okay, we got a super chat of angle of elevation. My microwave boils water, so how much heat does a microwave use? Asking for a friend.
It uses microwaves. There's a what? How much? It doesn't use heat. It uses electricity to produce microwaves.
Yeah. I'm not getting the question.
I'm confused.
Repeat it again.
Repeat the question again.
No, not the. Yeah, repeat the super chat again. Just one more time.
My microwave boils water. So how much heat does a microwave use?
How much heat?
Asking for a friend.
How much heat does it use? It
Zero.
creates. It creates.
Do we have a measurement of heat?
Yeah, you could put a thermometer in it.
In what?
I can put as much heat into a microwave as I want, and whatever I put in the microwave won't get warm. I put heat into the plug. Yeah, it uses zero heat. You input electricity, produce microwaves, which excitate and express heat within the water molecules.
Yeah, via kinetic energy of the water molecules. Yeah.
Yeah. So the answer I would say is zero.
There's still heat though.
Yeah, but the microwave isn't using heat.
The
question
we all know that. Yeah, we got that. But the define temperature. Kinetic energy
of molecules.
The kinetic energy. Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's move on.
Prove things. You've affirmed it. Jaren's told an audience I'm a scammer because I say science proves things. It is that simple.
I don't have to agree with Jaren on everything, right?
Well, he's called me a scammer for this that you would disagree with him with. We know.
It's not an agree-disagree genre. You're in the wrong forum. He needs to go to cake decorating or whose favorite colors are the best forums. Yeah, that's not here. Idiot.
You've got quotes of you saying it also. So, Witsit, you were next on the list to be coming here getting your ass spanked because you too have said that you can prove things with science, haven't you?
I still say that, and I've actually explained why I say that, right? And I said that you guys are talking past each other. I bet if you guys censor me, you'll become right. You know, that'll happen. The 57 people that watch you will really believe you.
What's this 57 people that are watching? What does that have to do with the discussion? Number one, how does he know it's 57 people? Is he implying that it's got low numbers somehow makes Nathan's points wrong or something? That's non sequitur. It's also an ad populum fallacy. So this is just another Nancy Fag jibe, right? Because they're all about the numbers. That's what they care about. Is everyone getting this? Hopefully.
I got the same thing.
Ah, there he is.
Like that as well.
There he is. Yeah, yeah.
Don't take too much of what I say now into account because, according to Adam, I fall for things easy. That's why I'm in here. Yeah, Brian bites on that.
Because you're a plum.
Yeah. I'm just naive. I just go for
No.
Uh-oh.
I said you'd bite on that, right? Because it's one of the things, yeah?
I bet on it.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, because it's one of those things that are traps that are laid for us. Yeah, and Brian's one of the most honest guys you'll meet. And if you say something that's obviously incorrect and demonstrates, and he's quick enough to realize it's a lack of understanding, he'll bother to explain to you, which is part of the tactics they use against us. Yeah, to subvert. What's better than dealing with why Dave Weiss says one thing and Jaren says another than have Brian explain something? What do they want? That's all I'm pointing out there. It wasn't. I'd never do it first off. I'd have a dig at you behind the scenes first. If it was a real dig,
but
you know what I mean?
I would bite on that. I would
he's not letting this go, man. This is.
I know you would. That's the point I'm making.
This is Adam, Brian, just take the shit sandwich in stride. He said you're the honest guy, right? Just take it.
Yeah, the honest guy who bites on stupid things. Yeah. That's what he said. Anyway, look, it don't matter. I'm just joking.
Yeah, he's just joking, Adam. Don't be You've already self-indicted.
He weren't. If I hadn't have fluffed his balls, he'd have been upset.
Yeah, sure.
Destroyed me today. So,
but
hey,
Winston did pull that
Chill.
57
Why are
thing
you
with me as well.
here then? If
Hey, why are you guys continuing to talk during my video?
Sorry.
you disagree with your friends, why have you come over here to agree with us, but somehow not agree with us? What's the purpose? Surely your time would be better spent over there educating your friends who think that science doesn't prove things.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because you guys can't.
Oh, that was a very good point, Adam. Look at Adam. Very good point, sir. Let's hear his rebuttal. I'll pull a fiver because we missed the beginning of it. Okay, there we go.
Science doesn't prove things.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because you guys can't keep my name out of.
Oh, now it's because you guys can't keep my name. What does that have to do with Adam's point? Nothing. It's non sequitur to it. Doesn't follow. You clown. Unbelievable.
Of your mouth, and I'm just gonna go back to pretending you don't exist. But what I get censored every time I speak, and I get it. That's what you have to do. But the reason I'm here.
Oh, poor baby. You get censored. Where? Where are you getting censored at?
I might get overspoken here, but when he says this, I go, oh, so it's personal then?
Don't worry about it. We're coming up on it. I'm not going to stop it here. We're going to continue.
I've not listened back to this. I can only remember it, but I remember making that point that I don't know if he did overspeak. But
well, let's see what happens.
Here's because I'm not a little bitch. So when I have beef with someone, I go talk to them.
Oh, you are a little bitch. Yes, you are.
Face to face. I don't circle jerk for 5 hours a day for a year and then lie about what they say where they can't defend themselves.
Another backhanded slight. That's another backhanded slight to the show. Doesn't deal anything with the topic that Adam spoke to. Nothing. Zero.
This has got nothing to do with whether science proves things or not. You're coming here because your nose is out of joint because we keep mentioning.
Yeah, go ahead and snicker, you little bitch. You're busted again.
And
get him, Adam.
You, yeah, when we're opposing Jaron, who says science doesn't prove things. You're objecting to us
omit the line part.
You're objecting. I'm nearly done, son. Calm down, Triggerbot. Yeah, you're objecting to us citing you. Is that why you're here? You're offended by that. It's got nothing to do with whether science does things. Just your nose is out of joint.
Well, no, I just now addressed the beef. I'm saying that I think you guys are talking past each other and that I perfectly agree with the fact that science proves things and establishes a cause and effect relationship, as in the method itself is empirical. It's like the best method ever when it comes to verification empirically. I love it. I'm not.
You love it.
Oh, just I summarized his point. Yeah, that was the point of mine, and now he's going to re-summarize without actually directly answering
you exactly.
It's about emotions, Nan. He said, I'm here because you keep mentioning my name.
Yeah, right.
Yeah?
That doesn't have anything to do with Adam's point, which was a question, why are you here? This is like trying to discuss trigonometry with a 3-month-old. He's incoherent. He's all over the place. He's all over the map. I don't think central line and Adderall would help.
I'm going to stop saying scientifically proved things. I think Jaron's mixing in some emotion and spite with you, so he's going all the way down. He's not completely wrong. I think you guys are talking.
Oh, yeah, he's completely wrong. Completely. 100%. Yes. Just to make sure that's clear.
Spite. I remember this, but I think, what is he? What? Has he changed ship? He's wrong, and he's also spiteful.
Yep.
Listen to the words he's saying about his colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
Past each other, because what he's really trying to say is what Noakley just said he agrees with, which is that it's relative to human fallibility.
Relative to human fallibility. He's back on this dumb shit. Unbelievable.
So yes, the method is very valuable, But in real life application, we always have to account for fallibility, potential bias of interpretation.
That's why the scientific method was created, to rid science, natural science, of bias. That's why it was created, you dumbass.
Of the experimenter and unknown control variable.
We appreciate all of this empiricism you're reciting to us, but we know that here. You really want to be saving these sentences for Jaren and Dave. Yeah, go and explain to them. Because clearly you've got a good grasp. You've agreed with everything Nathan said. So I just wonder why you're here. Your time would be better spent with correcting your buddies, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Good job. Boy, Adam got to reiterate his point. What's going to happen?
I think I'd get rumpused.
Let's hear.
Well, it's not that I don't entirely agree, because what happens is you guys always leave the context out, and then
Oh, now we're back to you guys always leave the context out. This is just generalized horse shit. Pulled right out of his ass. That's non sequitur to what Adam just said. Again. Just rinse and repeat. This is intellectually benign. Doofus.
and you say it as if you guys have the capability of having godlike knowledge. And what Jaren's actually saying.
What the heck is that? What did he charge us with? Having godlike knowledge? Where did he get that from? What's this?
Scientific knowledge. Yeah? Derived through the scientific method. That's all we claim. Yeah? You see, another false distraction straw man. They're dealing with the point, which is, why aren't you telling this? You've got a clear understanding with it. Why aren't you sharing it with your mates who you say, admittedly at the start, have this juxtaposition that's good? I don't know why it's good, how it could be good, unless it's to confuse people. But I ask you why you aren't talking to them. You don't even answer a simple question like that.
Nope.
I laid it at his door.
Go ahead, Brian.
Just saying, I laid it at his door in the debate twice. That I put it on him. I said it was your responsibility. You knew better. You should have been put.
When you were shaking your finger at him, I love that.
That was one of the times. There was another time later on where I said it was up to him to tell Bob when you knew better, and yet you left Bob to say what he said, and you wouldn't try and correct him. So there was Jaren, and there was 2 times. I can't remember. There was 2 times during the debate, and one of the times was when I was shaking the finger at him because he's responsible. If he understood that they were wrong, then he should have said something.
Agreed. Yes, you got it. Yep, all over.
Can't have a 100. I get you guys have to interrupt me, right? But it's going to be okay. So,
well, yeah, you're going to get interrupted every time horse shit spews out of that blowhole of yours. Every single time. This isn't modern day debate fiasco. Every single word is going to be evaluated, and you will be fucking stopped when horse shit comes out of that blowhole. You can bet your ass on that.
No swearing.
Go ahead. Oh, no swearing. Shit.
It's cursing.
What I don't like, before I go talk to Jaren, I just messaged him a second ago and said, I don't agree with everything you're saying, by the way. And we're going to. You
just messaged him a second ago? So you weren't paying attention to what was being asked of you? You were too busy texting? That's a pretty, I don't know, it takes me at least 30, 45 seconds to text that out. I screw it all up. Right? So that's horse shit right there. But I'm majoring on the minors. That's just a little horse shit, though. You didn't message him right then.
I'm going to talk about it. It's fine. I'm not his dad. Unlike you guys who don't have.
Unlike you, you're not. We didn't say that you were his dad. What is this? What's this Nancy Fag appeal now? What's Fiverr? Sorry about that.
He'd claim he's his dad, though, didn't he? He was just speaking for people.
Yeah.
Like, before I go talk to Jaren, I just messaged him a second ago and said, I don't agree with everything you're saying, by the way. And we're going to talk about it. It's fine. I'm not his dad, unlike you guys who don't have a cult.
What? See, another little backhanded slight. Little jab, right? Do you think, how is this a cult? First, define a cult, and then demonstrate how this is a cult. You baseless assertion, carpet bomb barrage idiot. You're like a village idiot. That's what you are. You just make shit. That's why your name's Shitsit, because you just shitsit it up. Now, is anyone going to call him on this?
No,
Right?
don't
Well-
respond to that. That's just a straight add-on. May as well just, you know, it's another point of distraction, isn't it? Look at his tactics. They're so weak. Listen to them.
Yeah, but I
The
would.
trickier the situation, the more these things come out.
Yeah, but Adam, I can concentrate on 2 or more thoughts at one time. I would call him on it and ask him to support it and then get back to the discussion, whereas a lot of people lack those abilities. But I'm going to call every single baseless assertion out. Every single one.
I'll be going back to why aren't you going to speak to Dave. And Darren and create a synergy on your side of the argument so that you two guys, your two leaders, what's it, on a complete loggerheads on what science does.
Look, Chocolate's going to try rumpus you now. Look, see on this?
Chocolate's allowed.
All right.
But what I'm saying is, it'd be cool if you stopped lying about people. That
Lying from a liar. From a demonstrated liar. You can't make this up, folks.
would be cool. Do you think you guys could consider not lying?
What's the lies? I realize, Adam, I'm following you, but this is another baseless assertion. So, like Brian did, he held him to task.
There's no moderator here. This is where a moderator should be coming in and holding them to account and say, please stop this. You have to stop this. Yeah? You're a bit of a dick in the way you speak.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
There isn't a moderator here.
Okay,
you kind of just, what I'm saying is tolerate it because it's desperate distraction. He's firing flares right now. Yeah?
You like those flares. I have a thumbnail for that in the slideshow where ballers fire flares out and the flat earthers point to the flares instead of pointing right at their globe dart. Is that what you mean?
It was my own analogy, but if you've, like Brian, have beat me to it by a week or two, fair enough. But yeah, it's the same thing. But the fact that you alluded to ballers is what I said earlier. This is baller tactics we're witnessing right now. This is dishonesty. I don't know what it's for, why it is, but it's clearly dishonest.
It's flailing SWS syndrome. Isn't it?
He's coming across as the media outlet, the media man of Globebusters. Like, if you know what I mean, he's like the media arm of Globebusters.
No, he's the propaganda arm. He's, remember, incoherent Joseph Goebbels. Remember that?
Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a leave.
What?
Not before you comment, surely.
I don't need to comment. You guys have comments for me enough.
No. Opinion, then.
Opinion.
Yeah.
Honest opinion?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. Otherwise it wouldn't be worth anything,
I'm
would it?
sort of like Neil, but on the on the opposite side, maybe I'm sort of through with the whole debate.
You think there's a debate?
No, there is no. The debate ended years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like I said in the beginning, I'm thinking that sometimes we eat our own.
He's not our own.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So we're not going to see you for tomorrow. Might be. Well, I'll message you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Have a good evening.
Okay. You guys too.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, bye.
So now, Adam,
Bye, Ben.
you are on super chat duty. There we go.
The pressure, honestly, the pressure. Bring it on.
Defend you if
Right,
you're
thank you.
gonna lie
Are you
about
done,
me. Why would I
Witsit?
go
Thank
defend
you. Thank you. Yes, we'll endeavour to not lie about people. Thank you for that, Witsit. Just a couple of things. You mentioned earlier about independent variable, dependent. Guys in G+, please, can you all pop yourselves on mute? You said about independent variable, dependent variable, control variables, and how it's fallible if you don't follow those parameters. I understand that, right? Am I following you? Just so I'm clarifying,
Yeah.
you do actually understand, basically, which, as patronising as that may seem, so I might as well just tell you, you're not stupid.
Yeah.
I want a bit more from you, just so we are in agreement that you understand how the scientific method works, but without me dragging it out of you, I just need something that suggests that you clearly understand IV, DV, CV, null, alternative. Just give me something so I don't have to labour it.
Yeah. I obviously understand it all, as I've been like flat smacking people with it for like 5 years.
Where'd you learn it from? Why don't you go into
see
that?
how
Go ahead.
we're not working
Bob
as a team?
Nodell.
Thanks, Neil. Go ahead, Adam.
You see how even me and Nathan aren't working as Nathan's got his point of attack. I've got mine.
Right.
Because this is live, yeah?
Yep.
And it's gone now. Nathan's on his point. It doesn't matter because the points are valid and they're there for another day. Yeah. Can you see how you can't construct it? Because did you hear what Nathan said? E plus panel. That's just him asking his panel politely, let me have this moment. Yeah?
Yes.
So we're now on to a new moment. So whatever's said now is gone. Unless I try to bring it back.
Right.
But there's no need, because what's Nathan bringing up? He's not bringing up nonsense. He's bringing up whether scientific method is valid or not. What was I bringing up? Shouldn't you be preaching that to your buddies that have the disagreement, not us? And you wits it, apparently, from your admission, as you said it, when you first came in here. You agree that. So it's all good, really, but...
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on, Neil.
He did not learn it from you, QE. I learned it from you. He didn't, otherwise he'd know what the hell he's talking about. And half the time he doesn't. I don't know if he's acting this way to cover Jiren and the other jerk, but I don't know. He obviously didn't learn it from you.
What he's going to say right now, he did. Here we go.
And I agree with the sentiment that they've run around being pseudoscientists, not following the empirical method. But I would put the strong emphasis on potentially unknown control variables. So in the future...
Oh, there he goes again. Unknown control variables. Thank you. 3 times. Thank you very much, Dumpty Dipshit.
We'll have a more precise understanding.
Give me a J. Give me a J. Don't
give you a J? All right. There you go.
Method. But I would put the strong emphasis on
I need another
potentially
J.
Another J?
Another J.
Another J for you.
I agree with the sentiment that they've run around being pseudoscientists, not following the empirical method. But I would put the strong emphasis on...
Oh, who did he admit that was?
You see?
Yep.
Listen to the admission.
I missed that.
How do you hold that position and move forward to the next statement?
I'm going to pull another J. So let's get the full, because I missed that. I have to admit, I missed that. I thought he was talking about, astrophysicists and cosmologists. Is he talking about Jaren and Dave?
Oh, that's what everybody's talking about.
I'm going to pull another J. Let's hear it.
Oh, no, you can't. Hold that, J.
I did.
James Richard. Superchat.
Okay.
This guy needs his mouth washed out with soap, and he hasn't even cursed. He needs a mouth enema.
No mouth enema. Good one, James. Yeah, you're right on point. I agree. All right, here's 2 J's.
And like flat smacking people with it for like 5 years. I agree with the sentiment that they've run around being pseudoscientists, not following the empirical method.
Who has? That's my question.
More J's.
Oh, I just heard that. He's talking about Jiren and freaking...
No.
Twice. He has to be.
He's referring to the borders, because he just spoke about flat smacking them with it for 5 years. He's referring to the borders, but then he changes his position when it comes to Jaren and David Weiss, where he says, there could be unknown control variables. Yet he never takes that. He has never taken that position when he's speaking about to the ballers concerning scientific method. So he's making allowances for Darren and David, but he's not making any. But when it comes to the ballers, he's holding them rigid to IVD, CV, whatever.
I think he's right.
I'm not saying he is or isn't. So I'm going to ask for 2 more J's.
Yeah.
Listen to this again, and then you're informed properly, aren't you?
Let's listen to it. I won't stop it. I'll give it 2 more J's. Let's listen to it in full. 2 J's. That's 1 J. 2 J's. Here we go.
It works, but without me dragging it out of you, I just need something that suggests that you clearly understand IV, DV, CV, null, alternative. Just give me something so I don't have to labour it.
Yeah. I obviously understand it all, as I've been like flashbacking people with it for like 5 years. I agree with the sentiment that they've run around being pseudoscientists, not following the empirical method. But I would put the strong emphasis on potentially unknown control variables. So in the future, we'll have a more precise understanding. It doesn't necessarily disprove our previous understanding, which is how Jaren's interpreting it, that no, you can't say it's lemon and limes now because really it's vitamin C.
Oh, God. So I don't know what he was saying. Who knows? He's not answering Nathan's question just yet. I'll let it go. It was incoherent.
I think he's talking about them because he says to put a strong emphasis on it right after bringing up pseudoscientists.
No, the they in the sentence isn't reference to anyone in particular. The sentence moves on and then talks about something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not constructed well, the sentence. The they isn't referenced.
Yeah, they isn't referenced.
You can't.
Yep.
Brian, he did. And
I don't think it matters. The point. Well, sorry, Ivan, go on. I'll finish after.
I was just going to say, you can interpret as you did. That's not clear either. It requires interpretation. You can't hold one way or the other.
Yeah.
But he does speak about it and call it empirical. So
yeah.
And then he goes on to something that would make it not empirical.
Well,
so it does matter. It's still completely contradictory. Two contradictory positions.
The standards apply, don't they, to whoever they are? Yeah.
All right.
Well,
okay. Let's
be interested in.
Let's just continue.
That's why you guys are talking past each other.
So did you say doesn't?
Oh my God.
Oh my God! Do I need that? Is that a really good interjection? Whoever that was? No, I don't need.
Yeah, Neil. Was that a good interjection? Damn.
Yeah, Neil.
Yeah, but that
it was being a damn hog. All I could get was sighs and grunts.
That is a point of exasperation. Arwin did it earlier. Yeah. And there comes a point. Where are we in? 1 hour, 30 minutes. Neil's not he sat there and then he hears that shit. Yeah. Everything about science, Whitsitt agrees with, but you could have magic fucking oranges in the future with super vitamin C in. Yeah? And we all hear that. And there's a point that, you know what? You want to press that button and go, oh my God. If nothing to say, Nathan, we can't take this any longer.
I agree. There comes a point. I agree.
Necessarily disprove the previous affirmation by way of varying an independent variable. No, it doesn't invalidate it. It's not that it doesn't always or might not. It doesn't. It's still proof regardless. Yes, Whitsitt?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. That's your disagreement, is that he's basically saying that it does. He's saying he's looking at it like once you determine it's not actually lemon and limes, that's like a too vague.
No, you don't.
What? It's not actually lemons and limes? Yeah, it actually is. What the hell?
That's what I wanted to say to you a minute ago.
What the hell?
This is a point I wanted to tell you a minute ago. This is what I was trying to say. Is remember when QE Live 2 weeks ago or whatever it was, when you left and Adam left and Whitsitt came in. Well, when me and him were going at it, he brought up vitamin C and the scientific method and trying to back up Jaren. And I told him they didn't even know about vitamin C back then. They just found out that lemons and limes cured scurvy, right? And I said that's why they call in America English guys are called limeys. because the English sailors used to have eaten lions. And he didn't know until that point, but now he's trying to use it as some kind of an argument. Do you know what I mean? You can't use that as an argument. Vitamin C is within the lemons and lions. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if there's a part within vitamin C that then does something or some crazy, it doesn't matter. The point is that lemons and lions cure scurvy.
Yeah.
And it happens to be vitamin C.
Yep.
Don't do that, Witsit. No. Sorry, like in your example earlier when you were like, it's vitamin D, and then it might not be lemons and oranges. No, it will still be a lemon and orange solve tomorrow. That doesn't change, but you're inferring that Jerem might be a bit right, because like when it's vitamin D, it isn't, it's vitamin C, and no, oranges and limes will still cure scurvy tomorrow. That won't change. It was proven with science. It's empirical. That will never change. Witsit, I'm still talking. I know you need to censor me. What was your bleat earlier? You know they need to talk to you. No, Witsit, we're just having a chit-chat. Nice and calm, like, about how science proves things and it won't change. Once you've validated it empirically by doing your IV, DV, CV, that you still haven't confirmed that you do actually understand. I just need an affirmation that you understand that hypothesis construction consists of your presumed cause of the effect, independent variable. Do you understand that, first of all? We'll take it step by step.
Yeah, of course. You have a naturally occurring observable phenomenon.
So listen to this. Everything. Where'd he learn this? Neil, you tell me.
On a dependent variable, you then propose a cause and effect relationship test. That's a hypothesis. It's an independent variable, which is your presumed cause. You manipulate and vary it to verify the cause and effect relationship test when controlling all the other variables you know about.
I see. So
where'd he learn that at? Not from Bob. I'll tell you that much.
Do you think you could tell me how Dave Weiss gets an...
Has he learned it? Has he? He's got the ability to repeat.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah?
Go ahead, Adam. Yep.
That's it. Point made.
Yeah.
There is no learning here, knowledge, wisdom. There's repetition. And even if you repeat something correctly, you clearly then and this is what I'm saying, you demonstrate you have no knowledge, understanding of it with your next argument.
With his unknown control variables.
That's one of them.
Yeah, you're right, Adam. Good point.
Does the same thing with Oliver Heaviside. He memorizes a few pages.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. No, you're right. Yep. He takes the headlines, just like with quantum field theory, thinking it's quantum mechanics.
and dependent variable from the puddles he talked about when he said he got science for it. Could you do that?
I would never call that science, would I?
Me neither, because it isn't. Dave's just a scummy liar, bleeding people dry with lies about science there, isn't he, Witsit?
No, because what...
Yes, definitely. It isn't science. It doesn't have an IV, DV, CV relationship for things like angular sizes there, Witsit. You see, Dave's just scamming people by saying he's got science, IV, DV, CV, and he hasn't, has he, Witsit?
I think he throws the word around.
So I don't want to know about how he chose the words. He hasn't got IV, DV, CV.
I think he throws the word around.
Yep.
Now, there's two levels of that, isn't there? There's the direct accusation that he doesn't know what he's fucking on about, which is what you just said when you say that. But there's also the clear understanding that you're able to judge somebody else, and therefore you do have an understanding of it. Be able to accuse somebody else of throwing that word around.
Yep. He indicted himself.
That would be the point.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you again, SWS.
For that shit he made up, has he, Witsit?
No,
No, he doesn't. Hey, Dave, we've got a date. A little educational date. You and I. I will be teaching you how stupid and ignorant you are when you use these words you don't understand and can't define when you tell me about your boat. That's what happened there, Witsit. I asked him to define what science was because he was out there spouting it and lying about what he can prove with it, and he told me about his boat. That's what happened, Witsit. So I need Dave to get his ass in here so he can have his ass educated on the stupid shit he's lying about. The scammer, Dave Weiss. See how I'm justified in calling him a scammer? Because like you've affirmed, Witsit, he hasn't got IV, DV, CV for his little puddles there, has he?
No, but you actually...
No. So, Dave, you better get your ass in here because we, the audience, will be expecting it.
No swearing.
You depend on toxicity for views.
No, not toxicity.
So his rebuttal to Nathan's comment is you depend on toxicity for views.
That's one of Jaren's early accusations, isn't it? Our motivation on this side is to try and garner views. I assume he's speaking for Nathan, but he speaks about all of the Flat Earth debate crew. And I don't get anything out of it, do I? But apparently that's my motivation for toxicity. I don't know what toxicity I provide. But again, if I did provide any, it would be to garner views.
Yep. That's his rebuttal to Nathan's argument. We're dealing with a Rhodes Scholar here, folks. But he's actually a Nancy fag. You get it? Yeah. Probably not.
When I'm called a scammer for claiming that science proves, you're damn sure I'm going to have some venom in my tongue. When arsehole liar scammers like Dave Weiss say they prove things with science, but yet the fact that it does is claimed to be a scam by Jaren, better get retracting that shit, Jaren. Your boy here says you're wrong, like I did. Now, he didn't get called a scammer, did he? And neither did Dave, who will be educated in science. The audience will now demand it. Being as your representative who speaks for you's been here, and damn well knows how much you've lied about it. Your rep knows you haven't got an IVDV CV for your stupid shit like angular size change, Dave. So you need to be educated on science. You don't understand this stuff, Dave, even though you're getting paid for it. Still paying for the boat with it, but you don't understand it. It's an outrage to the real flat earthers. Now, I'm not calling you a shill. You are mercenary, but you can be educated, Dave. By me.
Just to clarify, Dave's position.
You don't need to clarify anything, Witsit. You can bugger off now, thank you. We don't need anything further from you now you've affirmed that I'm not a scammer and science proves. And Jaren will also be making that retraction, won't he, Witsit?
No. If you can let me say...
You can speak for Jaren. He'll be making his retraction now you've just shown the audience how wrong he is for a live audience.
No,
No? You mean you don't call your own boys out when they're wrong? What kind of club are you running over there?
That's the question, isn't it? What kind of club are you running over there? Very well done. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. All right, let's go for a couple minutes more.
Over on Globebuster, you're not going to call out your boy.
Sorry. You're going to end up getting cancer being like this.
Sorry, don't tell me I'm going to get cancer. That's an outrage.
And he says Nathan's going to get cancer for this. What the hell is going on? OMG, man. What a real Nancy fag. It's like arguing with my sister's kids.
It's like, you know when you've got a bit of script and you've used the previous script before and you're supposed to have, using that previous script, got a person to a point of, ooh, rage. But because you've not gotten to rage and you've kept using that script and you can't keep using that bit of script, you say that bit of script.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, where's the context for that statement? It's not. The only context is the sheet of paper in front of him that he read it from.
Yeah. Yep. And it's feeble. Just think if he did write it down, like he thought about it.
If Nathan's screaming his head off like he does in character to Ballers, right, it works, doesn't it? Yeah? But you understand, where do you pull that statement from unless it's pre-prepared, yeah, and directed at Nathan in full rage mode against the retard baller, yeah? Which maybe he's expecting. That's what his little prep sheet says.
He's got a little algorithm.
He's not got an algorithm. He's probably old school because this is, invented on his side. Unless he's just done it on his own, all his prep work. I don't know. Not an accusation there. It's not a decriment of any sort, whether he did or he didn't. Be him to respond to that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Whether this fuckwittery was all my own work or my mates helped me look this stupid. It'll be up to him.
Yeah, let's continue.
Each. And an insult to anybody who's had cancer. Secondly, I'll say it again. So you're not going to call your boy Jaren out for being wrong as his rep?
I already told him today that I disagree with some of the things that he's saying. I will.
Because I'm rubbish. Because I am. I haven't listened to this, so I am engaged. So let me just scroll up. There's a number of super chats.
Oh, is there?
Oh, there's so many. I feel very bad.
Really?
Yeah, and right. So going back to James Richards with the mouth and then enema, and I'll move forward from there. I may be a while. Anyway, bear with me.
All right.
Retro Bill, shout out super chat. In maritime law, flotsam, jetsam, lagging, and derelict are specific kinds of shipwreck. God help those who are set out to sea with vice and witsit. Thank you, Retro Bill. James Richards. If somebody says, but ignore the before and after, maybe I've context from ages ago.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sorry. After that, James Richard. Fair shout, bro. Fair shout. Adam, you're slacking. Scroll up, and I've just done exactly that. I'll tell you why in a minute. But before I miss the other super chat, Mark J, £10 super chat. Celebrate the first super chat from Mark J.
All right.
Hi, Mark. Yeah, nice to see you. Interesting why you super chat. I'd just stick it in normal chat, and I will scroll back and find out if you'd like to describe why you were generous enough to do that, and especially as a first timer. So thank you. The reason I missed the screen was I was just looking up for other compounds in lemons.
Oh my God.
Well, if you listen to the rhetoric that's given by Witsit, this is the point. And I want to address it. So if with maturation, carotenoids develop. Okay, so I'll take that carotene.
Yep.
As being a constituent in in lemons.
There's many constituent. Are we gonna go through all the constituent parts of lemons, limes, and oranges?
I just wanted to take one that wasn't vitamin C or vitamin D. If I was to take carotene, and I've got my statement previously that lemons prevent scurvy, yeah, and I'm happy with that. If I was to move forward and realise that I was just as good taking carrots, yeah, then I'd prove something else, and I would move things forward. And maybe the statement that the lack of vitamin C is caused by a lack of carotene may have developed. But it wouldn't, would it? What would it have proved? It would have proved that the lack of carotene causes scurvy. And that does the lemon contain it? Yes. Is the hypothesis still proven? Yes. So we can wander off in these strange, nonsensical, paradoxical things that you think might disprove something. All it does is demonstrate you don't understand the scientific method. I'm done there. Little mini rant.
I don't give a shit if you disagree. He's going to be retracting.
Uh-oh.
Well, he's not going to retract because...
Oh, he's not? So you're not going to call your boy out on his outrageous behaviour? Wow, funny club you're running over there. Is it just about the views and the money there, Witsit?
Yep. Exactly. You got it.
No, you don't.
Sorry. I'll pause. Mark J. Another super chat. He didn't have to. It was supposed to say no swearing. No cursing.
It's not no cursing. It's no swearing. He's got it.
It's Flatsy Mandela does earlier.
Yes,
so
he did.
therefore it's no cursing from now on.
Yeah. Yeah. I like where his mind's at already. Good on you, sir. Thank you.
Dave's boat. Was it good, Dave's boat? Is it just about the views and the boat trips and the money, Witsit?
Can I respond?
Can you stutter? Is it just about the boats and the money and the views? It's not about the truth and calling out your own boy when he's wrong, right?
No, that's absolutely not true.
It's absolutely not true. Then what are you doing?
So you're going to go and call Jaron
So
out about
shit
wrong?
tonight. Pause it, QE.
Yep.
So in between that big super chat, me scrolling down, me looking back to cite myself, I missed James's next super chat.
Did you?
I'm so bad.
Betty, help!
I know, Betty, don't do this to you. Suddenly, James Richards, if somebody says the word but, ignore the before and after. Yeah, I think wise advice, man.
Barry.
Wait, and don't move on. Maybe comment.
Now, I was just going to say, James is all over this. That's very, very good attention to detail with that message in Super Chat, by the way.
Good advice, isn't it?
It is good advice. Watch out for the but. But, or quote, unquote, or semantics, because you're being prepared to get screwed. Very good, James. Is there any other? You good?
Yeah, there is. There's more.
Oh,
There's more.
goodness.
And I'm going to get tested because I've run out of wine, so I've got to run down to the house in a minute. So I'm going to do this, press play. But anyway, lumpy gas in a vacuum. Thank you very much. I say they are using tactics, and with that consideration, MHO, they are shills. My honest opinion, I assume they're shills. Or extremely stupid, or both.
Yeah.
Thank you, lumpy gas in a vacuum.
Yep. All right. Is that it? Can I press play, or are you already running?
I've not run yet, but the second you press play, I'm going, baby.
Okay. I'll let it run for a little bit. Go. Go now.
He was when he said that I'm a scammer for saying science proves, then aren't you?
Yeah, based on...
Good. Yeah. So we've all understood what's going to happen. Dave's going to be here getting educated on the stupid shit he lies to multiple interviewers about. When he says he's got science and he doesn't have IV, DV, CV, like his representative Witsit has made explicitly clear to a live audience. So Dave's going to get an education, and your boy Jaron, yeah, he's going to be retracting that shit he was wrong about when he called me a scammer and caused me a massive amount of damage.
Okay, but this is what...
Okay, now get lost. I don't need you anymore, Witsit. You've done what you need to. Thank you.
Good dog.
Yeah, I knew you would have to not let me actually talk about it, right?
Actually, you've done enough talking. You've screwed the pooch enough here this evening. Thank you. You're not going to... He thinks he can somehow talk his way out of this. You know, with the projectile diarrhea, motor mouth, baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy. Yeah. Interspersed with mind-numbing, contradictory, made-up horseshit. Then, all of a sudden, he Nancy Fag objects when people stop him with the aforementioned baseless assertion and horseshit. Then, all of a sudden, doth protest, "Why art thou interrupting me?" That's this idiot's game. That's what he does. That's all he's got. Folks, that's it. If you didn't realize that, that's it. So listen to this, Crayon Muncher, and you're going to hear it every single time. Come back and listen to what I just said. Go ahead and write it down. And then you have it right there next to you. And you say, yep, that's all he's got. And Nancy Fag appeals. Adam, you back yet?
I'm back. I'm a little out of breath.
That's okay.
But I'm back.
I'm going to hit play again.
Right.
Talk about it. You've done all you need to. You've talked about it all you needed to. I've got what I needed. Your boy's wrong. You're going to be calling him out on it. He's going to be making retractions based on how wrong he was and how horribly upset and horribly dismayed he is, based on how wrong he was after all, that he could endeavour to cause me such damage by calling me a scammer with such outrageous claims he was wrong about. We're all clear as an audience what needs to be done, and we're clear how wrong Dave is when he's interviewed by all these people he tells to buy his app, when he says he's got science to convince them with a little magic trick that he's saying the truth. He hasn't got science, and you know it. We all know it. The audience knows it. And they all know that he's had an invitation to correct that shit, and his response was to tell me about his boat.
Okay, I'm honestly suggesting that I will go talk to him about calling you a scammer. Can you please stop interrupting me? The point is...
I'll do as I damn well please here, Witsit.
There.
That's why Dave will be coming here so I can tell him.
I'll go to him. So there's a statement. If a man's word's worth anything, I look forward to hearing back on that statement, Witsit. What the fruits of that conversation were.
I don't think he said that. I think it was an incoherent statement. He put suggest in. Let me go back. I'm going to pull 2 J's.
Yeah, redo it then.
Yeah, because it was a little incoherent. So what? I'll give him 2 J's. There we go. We'll get him.
Know it. We all know it. The audience knows it. And they all know that he's had an invitation to correct that shit. And his response was to tell me about his boat.
Okay, I'm honestly suggesting that I will go talk to him about calling you a scammer. Can you...
I'm honestly suggesting... What the hell does that mean? That I'll go to him. Huh?
I'm honestly suggesting...
That I'll go...
Anything, does it?
I'm honestly suggesting that I'll go to him. That's incoherent. Let's do it.
If I said that, you may be able to interpret that and say, well, what the what do you mean, Ad? And I'd say, well, I meant I'll go to him and I'll say, look, this shit about calling Nathan a scammer has just got to end. Particularly if he, with the rhetoric that the reason he's a scammer is because he says science proves things. You need to retract that. That's what I'd be saying. But in the same token, you could mean that no, I meant I was honestly suggesting something. I'd suggest to myself, honestly.
I'll suggest it to myself.
Honestly, though, QA, I'd do it in an honest way. I'd suggest to myself.
I'm going to do 5 seconds.
Then I'd go, I like that suggestion, but I'm not going to. I've taken that suggestion on board in an honest manner from myself. I'm not going to speak.
Leave it go, Adam. I shouldn't even do 5 seconds. I'll do 5 seconds just to hear it.
Words mean things, or don't say them. And you often say to me, you've considered. There's a reason. Because actually, you wind up in shit if your words don't mean things.
Yeah.
Particularly about what your actions and what they imply. And
Can you go get another drink?
No, because these are the bits I listen to. You might like your little sound bites. Yeah, I hear hypocrisy, lies, and deceit. Now, as I said to this bit before we interlude, yeah, I look forward to the response of you going and suggesting honestly and speaking, David, about that.
Stop it.
That's the whole fucking point of why Nathan's here and why we're standing here. You had the gall to suggest he's a fraudster for stating that science proves things. Something you agree to, Witsit.
All right, here we go.
Know that he's had an invitation to correct that shit, and his response was to tell me about his boat.
Okay, I'm honestly suggesting that I will go talk to him about calling you a...
I'm honestly suggesting that I'll go talk to him. That's so stupid.
Scammer, can you please stop interrupting me? The point is...
I'll do as I damn well please here, Witsit.
No,
that's why Dave will be coming here so I can tell him.
The suggestion is to Nathan.
The suggestion of what?
I'm honestly suggesting. Okay, so where does the suggestion? I said to himself or whatever. No, it's not in that context. He's suggesting it to Nathan. I'm honestly suggesting that I'll go to Dave. I'm not going to go to Dave. I'm suggesting to you, Nathan, that I'll go to Dave.
That's that shit insane, dude.
Not my words. I'm just trying to interpret and what the fuck this guy means in his absolute diatribe of nonsense. But there must be an underlying meaning to what he says. Or do people just listen to it because it's got nice, like a beat to it or something? What is the... Why are we listening to him if it's not to understand the words he's saying?
I have no
I'm
idea.
honestly suggesting for you, Nathan. I'll go to Dave. The suggestion is to Nathan. He's not promising out. He's a shyster. Yeah?
Yeah, this is insane. It's really stupid.
His words aren't lies.
What's
It's
what?
what make it. They're just deceitful and don't mean anything. There's a difference. Listen to the words. Sometimes they're deceitful. Sometimes they're just nonsensical and are true.
You mean a nonsense waffler?
If I say to you, Huey, I'm honestly suggesting after the show, I'll speak to Brian. Yeah, I'm suggesting to you, QE, that after the show, I will speak to Brian. Yeah, does it have any bearing on or binding that I will speak to Brian?
It's
I'm
really
suggesting
stupid,
it to you
and
now.
it's pretty stupid. I'm gonna move on. Okay,
Don't move on. Don't move on, because the point of the words mean things. Suggesting. I'm honestly suggesting to you, which is like, let me scroll back to one of the super chats. Yeah, this is the language they use to talk shit. Yeah, if somebody says the word but, ignore the before and after. I'm honestly suggesting to you, does it matter what comes after that?
No, he says, I'm honestly suggesting that I'm going to go talk to Dave. That's his exact words.
Replay it.
Oh, brother. All right, let me pull a J. Here we go.
Well, go talk to him about calling you a scam.
Okay, I got to pull another J. Sorry. Here we go.
And they all know that he's had an invitation to correct that shit, and his response was to tell me about his boat.
Okay, I'm honestly suggesting that I will go talk to him about calling.
Yeah, I'm honestly suggesting that I'm going to go talk to him about
Calling you a scammer. Can you?
About calling you a scammer. I thought he was talking about to get Dave in here. Nathan.
I'm honestly suggesting to you that I'm talking, considering going to talk to Dave. So where's the suggestion? The suggestion is to Nathan. Therefore, it's up to Nathan to convince him that that doesn't progress, I don't think, as far as I can remember. But there is no committal there. That's not a lie. I'm honestly suggesting to you that, yeah?
It's gibberish.
It doesn't mean a great deal, but the only way you could interpret that is for you to then reason his suggestion. You should respond to his suggestion, shouldn't you?
That doesn't make any damn sense.
Don't fault me for his rambling nonsense. They're his words.
I think we beat this enough. Can we move on?
No.
Yes, we can, and I am.
Go on, then. I'm ready.
Please stop interrupting me. The point is,
I'll do as I damn well please here, Witsit. That's why Dave will be coming here so I can tell him what's what. Dave Weiss won't be grabbing the mic and giving his arguments about how right he might have been. I'll be telling him what's what. He, like the subservient little prick that he needs to be, will be sitting here listening to me tell him how fucking wrong he is, and he'll love it. He'll enjoy it, and so will the audience. He'll enjoy getting an education from me. He can sweat it off on his boat afterwards with all the money he got from lying to people about science.
just to
Great
clarify,
place to
we are
pause
in
it.
agreement.
Just pause it there, as we mentioned boats, islands. Retro Bill. His Weiss is the skipper and Jaren is Gilligan, who is Witsit. It's not the professor.
Yeah. Marianne or the coconut. Good one, Rachel. That was right on time. Yeah. Too funny.
agreement that it.
You will be off to Jaren and Dave telling them what's what, and Dave will be here getting educated. Jaren will be making retractions. That's right. That's clear. Now you can sod off.
Just to make it clear, it's relative to human fallibility.
It's relative to human fallibility. What does sawed off mean?
Go away in a not very polite manner. It's a more less crude F off, isn't it?
It's less crude. What's sod? So that has a definite meaning. What's sod?
Sod is a. So if you're digging out a sod, and then so if you dig in the ground, it's like a piece of turf, isn't it? A sod. Brian, help. I'm sure that's what. So as you flick it out, it's sod off. You know what I mean? It's the way I've always done. Brian, help.
I can't help you from Ireland. That's something that you say over there.
Oh, there you go. The reason I ask is that I was thinking you get a sod of peat, and where's the most highest quality peat? We call it you'd call a piece of peat a sod of peat. It's like you're digging it out and.
Yeah, but he calls.
But what about when you call the other a cheeky sod?
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah,
right, yeah. I'll have to research that. Before I do, and I'm back to you. Another super chat, James Richards. To get on to Jeranism, you must be invited along with many other FE platforms. Nathan is an open panel, yet Nathan is the echo chamber. This is weird. Thank you, James Richards.
That is kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, maybe I.
Go ahead, Righteous.
Maybe I can make a quick announcement. Flatsoid's channel got hacked, and I'm gonna post this link to his new backup channel. He said he's gonna try to get it back, but in case he doesn't, he wants to at least get 500 subscribers. So I just posted it in main chat. I mean, in YouTube chat.
Did you post it in YouTube?
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and let me go back there. 1 second, guys. Let me find it and then pin it. 1 second. I'll pin it up top so people can check that. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, I just want to ask Righteous. Could you expound on that, sir? His channel's been attacked. What do you mean?
It's got it got hacked or something. So I think it's like some Bitcoin channel now or something. It's being repurposed for a Bitcoin channel. You can see the conversation in the main text chat. Okay, Flatsoid posted about it in main text of Discord.
I can't see the conversation. I'm on the show here. So, what do you mean? It's a Bitcoin, like it's a YouTube channel. Man, Righteous, help me.
When somebody takes over your YouTube channel, they repurpose it to their purpose, right?
Oh, so somebody's got in, nicked his password.
Yep.
Yeah, like they did to Martin Leaker back in the day.
Yep.
Okay. So this happened. Yeah. That's a compliment, isn't it? So
same thing happened to Jose.
Yeah. That needs focusing on then, doesn't it? Tomorrow with Nathan and the likes.
There won't be any Nathan tomorrow or the rest of the week. So
between us all or Nathan next week is to get his subscription back up because that happens.
Yep.
Shout out then, dude. A Flatsoid. Yeah, we're on it, bro.
I was gonna do a treat. Flatsoid recommended that I do a treatment of Mr. Insensible. I just haven't got around to doing it, but that might be coming this week. I can't make any promises because this week's been kind of fruity so far, but I'll attempt to get to that and keep mentioning this so we can get his subscribers back up. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That does happen. We'll do what we can here, Flatsoid. Yeah. All right, listen. We're almost at 3 hours, dudes. I wasn't.
I'm bored. I'm bored of constantly. For what? Let's just call it 2 hours of just every sentence.
Yep.
Demonstrating it's not in any way relevant to the question that's just been asked of him. B, demonstrating the contradictions that he holds and that he recognizes his counterparts hold. I think that's been demonstrated enough, QA. It's
this 19
embarrassing, really, isn't it?
Don't you want to continue with it? I'm going to mark it. I'm going to mark our stop point here.
Oh, I don't know if there's another point to be made. Like you say, you can go into the nuances if they want to argue ether or scientific method, etc., etc. I've got no problem with that. If they wanted to bring a point which might question those statements, fine. But the thing I take from this is, what are they on about? What are they saying? What positions do they hold? And as I hope we've demonstrated tonight, these positions are just contrary to each other. As I say, Witsit fundamentally accepts Weiss and Jeren are fundamentally juxtaposed. For some reason, he said that that's a good thing. Ask yourselves why, truthers. Ask yourselves why, flat earthers. Why is that a good thing? You spent 3 hours sifting through shit. That's why it's a good thing. Because if in some part of the community it's acceptable to mutually hold those positions, yeah, we look like retards. Come back to what I said. Listen to somebody listening to this who doesn't know whether it's flat or a ball. Yeah. What information are these guys providing to them? Denying method, suggesting that another independent variable could disprove things. These things are laughable to people that we're hopefully trying to communicate to and get the message across. Yeah. We're already at 5-10%. We're trying to head the other way. And these kinds of conversations and arguments can only lead us in the opposite direction, where we've been. Yeah, is to turn people away. If I was ever to assign motivation, I wouldn't even do that. All I would say is these conversations, I would assign a cause. And they're going to cause this effect, yeah? Because look at it, if you're a neutral, what kind of retards are we, flat earthers? We don't even know what the scientific method is. That's what's being argued amongst our community right now as people look at us. I'll end on the ramble there, yeah.
Well, I would focus on what the thing that we're being charged with, mainly charged with, besides all the other ad homs and you're all doing this and you're all that and whatever. We're mainly charged with ignoring a certain measurement in interferometry. And the focus of that measurement is that from his side, and from their side I should say, that it proves something, right? That it supposedly disproves and proves something. So it disproves the globe, supposedly, and it proves something else, right? So it's a duo. So we all know where they're leading to with the prove part. It's supposedly proof for, we all know what that is. The disprove is supposedly disproves the globe, but we are being charged with ignoring it, which is true, because there is nothing tangible in it that you can use that I can find as an argument against the ballers. So yes, you could say that I these days completely ignore it because it doesn't mean anything to me. There's no meaning. I don't. What's it supposed to do?
What it's supposed to do is disprove a singular axis of rotation on a radial spoke, because a radial spoke around a central axis of rotation would have the same degrees per hour, right? So if you could go to different points of the spoke and measure a differential in degrees per hour, then you disproved that it is indeed a radial spoke.
Yeah. What good is that to me? How can I prove that it's doing that? How can I use that as a proof? If I want to disprove out rotation, I'll use flights from London to Accra. That just disproves it immediately. I don't have to go to interferometry and make things complicated. We're being charged with ignoring this supposed measurement, when we're not given
No.
reason enough not to ignore it, if you understand.
No, we're charged with not recognizing that this interferometry measurement proves the ball. Now, as of yet, I'm yet to hear from Witsit or anybody on this side why and how this interferometry measurement disproves the ball. I think what we've asked is, what does the measurement
I just told
mean?
you.
No, I'm not on about from you, AI, dude. I'm on about from them. From their side, that's what they state. There is no why it.
Oh,
proves it.
that
You
came
might
from
infer-
Bob.
It's disappeared since we. It's
Yes,
Witsit chat and
that's a
one-
good point. That's a very good point. So back in the day, you remember thanks, Bob. You remember that big, huge meme going around. Thanks, Bob, for proving the 15 degrees per hour. Well, supposedly Bob went on after that to measure differentials, right? At different altitudes along the same, essentially, radial spoke, which disproved the whole thanks, Bob meme. Now, Bob presented that. He was on 24/7 presenting that. We have a clip out. It's very eloquent. But other than that, like most people don't make it as precise and concise. It's like this big rigmarole to get to that point. And that's what's frustrating for me. So I always tell people, when you show up to a venue where you have new ears listening to you, get your point out, precise and concise as possible, because they want to know what you have to say. They don't want to hear the drama. They don't want to hear who's lying, who's this, who's that. If you're a guest on somebody else's panel, you'd be like, hey, this is my point, this is my proof, this is my conclusion.
But the problem with that is this. Witsit is talking about when you change it with altitude, which would be basically the interferometry, the voice rising, that you see at different rates. Now I know him claiming there's no speed, and he's claiming there's different rates and different things. I'm not going into all that, but he's claiming there's different rates, and different rates if you move east as opposed to west, or west as opposed to east, blah, blah, blah. But is this observed in ring laser gyros on commercial aircraft? Because if it's a real thing, then it must be observed within that apparatus, because they're flying in every direction with three ring laser gyros.
Sorry
It's a compilation of results.
Sorry
but
for
there
the
is a
interruption.
super chat.
Sorry, excuse me. The super chat. I hate to do it.
That's what I'm doing. I'm on it. Adio.
All right.
James Richards. And I'd already got a quick retort to this. You, QE. Loading and unloading trucks as I listen. You can end the show, yet too much time in the day. You can go on to something else. Now get to work. Ha ha ha. I say 4 more hours.
Yeah, he said you can't end the show yet. Too much time in the day.
No, I can read it again. You can.
Can't.
Yeah? It's a little apostrophe and a T. I'm ignoring it. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you did there. Okay, thanks a lot, James. I am not going to end the show because there seems to be an intellectual discussion going on, so I won't end it. Go on, gentlemen. Sorry for the interruption.
Back to you guys.
Adam, you were critiquing me there, what I said about ring laser gyros?
I wasn't critiquing that. I was critiquing the citation of the evidence that's supposedly to support this measurement. Okay, we've got a conflation of two things. We've got the Mickelson-Morley setup, and we've got Bob and the old FE core guys, some of which not linked to, some of which it is, and these gyroscope measurements. Is it a fog gyro, the one they've got? I've got the data somewhere. I will find it, I promise you, and publish it. But this is what I think Witsit is referring to. It's this data that is the millions of measurements of proof that he alludes to. And that's quite important, isn't it? Because as Brian says, if that's the case, then all of these gyros, not the one that they've got, that may or may not be working because it There's different results at different altitudes and times of the year. Imagine how complex that is. You're going to use that as a gyroscope in an aeroplane. Yeah. Just think of the claims that's being put forward. It's not to say they're true or they're false. Think of the reality of the claim that's being made. Okay.
Yeah, but the plane gyro isn't really used in a way that would make those differentials matter. Most planes travel in corridors, and they use the gyro for attitude adjustments.
That again is where they'd like you to take it. Think about what's being offered up as evidence. We've got a second-hand fog gyro that at different parts of the year and at different altitudes elucidates a different result for its rate of rotation of whatever its disalignment we'll call. Yeah, we've got separate statements with regards to the Michelson-Morley, and all of these things we're not able to define what they measure. Show these things, and you guys correctly so are highlighting what a gyro is, what its purpose is, how it's there. This is the fundamentals of what we're arguing against. We want to teach them what the gyro does. Or do we hold them to what their claim is? I will just hold it there. What is their claim? Not what is their claim, but also more fundamentally, where is the quality of their evidence? Because this is what I've heard Whitsitt cite on a number of times. I've got millions of measurements to do it. So I ask for those. I'm not going to make a judgment until I see those millions of measurements.
Oh yeah, look, isn't that the problem that we've been having for
unless
years?
they're the ones I've already got, which is from admittedly a second-hand fog gyro from somewhere. Okay, so off to you guys, but yeah, that's the point.
That's a critique that we've been having for years of people that apparently have this large thing they want to say, and they go on like 5, 6, 7, 8 shows, 3 or 4 interactions here and there, and then you want just the concise information, and they've never taken the time to make like a 10, 15 minute concise from A to B conclusion presentation. And if they would just do that, they'd convince a lot more people if that's their goal.
I don't even mean it like that. It's not about, I'm asking for what's the quality of the evidence. If the quality of the evidence is what I've already got on a spreadsheet from a couple of years ago, yeah, from a faulty second-hand gyro, results don't comport any sense with why you would use a gyro, its actual primary purpose. Those results disprove why you would take it on board an aeroplane. Why we're citing those and arguing against those results. This is what I'm asking. What is forget arguing against the evidence first, against the actual evidence. Ask where the evidence is from and what it proves. Michelson-Morley, Whitsitt has still not got past what that actually measures. Yeah? He's not got past that point, guys. And we want to take apart fog gyros on aeroplanes. Now, tell me what the Michelson-Morley means first. What does that measurement mean?
Well, the thing about it is
exactly.
Sorry, Kiwi.
No, exactly. That's what we've been asking for a while now, and Adam's right on point. Right?
But no, 100%, because that's why I still didn't get any clarity out of what it actually means, what it is,
right.
When I was debating with it. I didn't get to that. I couldn't get any clarity out of it.
Right.
So I'm none the wiser after 3.5 hours. Now he could
so
call
why
it
play with these fog gyros? Right. That's the point I'm making. Why play with these fog gyros if Michelson-Morley, which is the fundamentals of all this, what does that measurement mean? Until we get any actual coherent answer, there is no point going and playing with these fogs, yeah, or any other things, faulty or fully working.
I agree.
Yeah. Right.
I agree.
Before we proceed,
yeah,
another super chat, James. Correct me where I'm wrong, but the gyro does not cause the effect. Was it? Fucking brilliant, James. Thank you, sir.
That's a good one.
I'll read that again. James Richards, super chat. correct me where I'm wrong, but the gyro does not cause the effect, does it?
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing like abstract thought. Right, James? Good point. Yes, the James been knocking it out of the park recently, hasn't he? But go on, Brian. You want to argue about fogs? Go ahead.
No, I don't actually. What I was going to say is that if I was going to use the whole 15 degrees per hour being measured within either a fiber optic or a ring laser gyro, I would go straight to the airplane, because that 15 degrees, and I got this is from an aerospace engineer on the globe side, right? I said, what about when it's in an airplane? How come, is there a 15 degree an hour measurement then? He said, no. He said, it's not on the earth, he said, right? So if the plane is supposed to be following the rotation of the globe east to west, west to east, whatever, and it's supposed to be brought along by conservation of momentum, then the gyro would have to be, you know what I mean? If I'm going to use the gyro argument at all, the gyro would have to be reading it at 6 miles up as well on the ground. But the fact that it doesn't means, then that must mean the earth is either rotating underneath the airplane or the earth is not rotating. Do you know what I mean? And the earth is not rotating underneath the airplane, so it's not rotating. So if I was going to use the argument, I'd use it that way. And that's the only way I'd use it. I don't see anything other than that that's worth talking about. But I think Witsit, and this is what was my original point, Witsit and them are pushing this as a stepping stone to where they really want to go, which is dielectric acceleration in ether, which is the background for all of these. It's always ether, always goes back to ether. So they are trying to stepstone it to ether. That's where it's going. So that's why he's pushing this.
If we argue ether with them, right? If we argue ether with them at this point, yeah, they might convince people about it. But if we hold them, what's that measurement? You know that Michelson-Morley thing? That's the foundation stone that you guys are doing. What's that measurement all about? What does it mean? If we can
that's
just
my
keep
advice
them
to them
there.
is to stop trying. My advice to them is to stop trying to explain it to you guys, because they can't seem to do so when they're present, and to do it when they're not nervous in the benefit of their own bedroom with a little editing software, put it all together in a cohesive presentation, and then release it.
When they're not nervous.
Great idea.
Is that what you said? When they're not nervous
in their bedrooms.
Oh, dude, I'm serious, because I keep joining. Look, time is money, and time is valuable, and time is life, and time is blood, right? And I spend my time joining shows where I think the dude is going to say the beans and tell me the cowbell and show me where it is, and then all I hear is personal beef for hours and hours and hours, and then I get bored and fall asleep.
Right now, to be fair, if I was interviewing for a new emissary, you've hit the role.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. That's the reality of this, dude. There is no substance behind any of it. And when it comes to the crunch, we revert to ad hom and nonsense. Exactly AI.
Well, just to back up AI there and what Adam said, is that AI detailed it in just a sentence and a half exactly what the claim is concerning Michelson-Morley. And I remember, because I know he's bringing it back from watching stuff about it years ago. But that is a complete detailing of the situation. Now, Albert Einstein supposedly said that if you can't explain something simply, then you don't know it well enough. Now, none of them can explain it simply. AI can just explain it in a sentence and a half. Our AI, not AI, but our AI.
Yeah.
So AI understands their claim better than them, obviously, because he can just give it out like that in a sentence and a half.
Yep.
It's not that anyone understands their claim better than them. It's that we bothered to intellectualize the statements that they make and the implications of it. And that's why we laugh so much. Because or show the contradictions. And what they're trying to mug people off with right now is the most fundamental contradiction, that science does prove things, but doesn't when it's trying to invoke ether. Yeah, there could be a plausibility flaw in its proof when it relates to this, not when it's disproving the ball. Don't get me wrong. Important you realise, if we're dealing with heliocentrism, science proves things. But we're going to explore and not be fascist in the way we hold people to the way they think about things. Maybe we need to not think that science proves things so that we can prove things without science, but at the same time use the word science so that people know that we've proved things, whilst disparaging science and saying that it's subject to human error, so we could change it in the future, so that as you move forward after getting rid of the ball, things have been proven.
You're putting some serious lipstick on this pig.
Honestly, that was just a plethora of shit that they say in my mind, right there. Yeah, the crap that they feed. It's an embarrassment to them, and I hope tonight's show shows that to people. But like I say, don't worry too much. Let them speak. Encourage them to speak, because it's their job to explain.
It is. It is. You're right. I agree. I mean, we just want to know what the measurement means. It's very simple. I mean, we're not going to stifle any discussion about it. What does it mean? Simple. And they have to do it, not us. It's their claim. Let's not guess, even though we know where they're going. They don't know where they're going. So let's let them not know where they're going and then just explain their claim. Easy. Yeah? No?
Yeah. So speaking of explaining claims, I got one for the $44,000 question. Who in the game today, contemporaneously, describes light as solid matter spheroids?
Nobody. Who does that?
Well, it appears to be a trend among people who are attempting to debunk the photon to describe the photon as being put forth as a solid spheroid object of minute proportions.
There's a couple aspects here. Okay, I got you. So, number one, so what they're attempting to do is to attempt to disprove beach balls so they can ipso facto prove luminescent phlogiston. That's a non sequitur. And if any of you go along with it when they photons, don't go there. Show us what is ether. We'll get to the photons later. What is your claim? Ether. What's that? Does everyone get that? Is there anyone that this is particularly confusing concept for? Anyone? You understand that? Photons. No, ether first. Then we'll get to photons and your false dichotomy with atoms and shit after that. Follow?
That's two reasons for interrupting. First, that's the point of distraction we often see from Ethereans. It's not about any longer proving what they're talking about. It's about attacking a concept we use. Yeah. And then, as they've done there, package it up in a straw man.
Yes.
Got any idea of atomism to describe a photon like that from whatever side of things is just a complete straw man, not worthy of address.
Yep.
Unless they wish to clarify it further.
Yeah.
But other than that, shout out James Richards.
But I'm gonna start.
Oh, you can't
Hold on,
now.
AI.
You've got AI. Super chat time. I'll come straight back to you. I promise you, bro. The gyro is James Richards. Super chat. The gyro is confused as to what's going on with the heavens and the earth as well. In turn, making the gyro dance. Prove me wrong. Only using
the gyro. Yeah. No, he's knocking it. He's knocking it out of the park, man.
Yeah, very good. Over to you, AI.
Fair enough, but a light-based device is not actually gyroscopic in nature. Gyroscopic is a particular type of motion which the apparatus in question doesn't have. Anyway, what was I going to say?
Exactly. But that goes back to the point, doesn't it? If a gyroscopic motion is what you're trying to emulate with a light source,
right?
Yeah. Well, if it did all of these variant motions as claimed by an Ethereum source of altitude variance, season variance, so you've got all of those things to take into account, and you must know them beforehand so that you can adjust the device to keep it level, surely. Well, what use is it? It's infinitely worse than the thing you're supposedly trying to replace, which is a mechanical gyro, which does exhibit gyroscopic behavior. What use would be something that's influenced by all of those parameters as claimed by the Ethereans? Unless, of course, it's a faulty device.
Well, so you do know that they're sealed mechanical gyros, right? Where you're not allowed to get into the machine. Like it's in the airplane. You can't even see the thing. That occurred. Then they came out with the light-based ones, which again, you have no idea what's going on in there. You can't verify what's actually happening. You just get the output reading. So you could argue it's trying to hide the meat and potatoes of what's really going on. Maybe.
Well, I ask you again then, if you're going to put in an aeroplane to replace the mechanical gyros, that sounds like a lot of learning. Sounds to me like you might have put these things in and realised it's winter and should have been summer, and suddenly shit goes awkward. Yeah, these are the claims of what happens in these devices, whether they're sealed black box devices or whatever. It doesn't really matter. The claim of the data that's out there is that they deviate like this based on altitude and season. Yeah, what if that was the device you had? Why would you swap it out for the mechanical gyro that exhibits gyroscopic behavior?
Well, I think we need a little bit of clarity on this.
I want a straight answer on why would you swap out a device that exhibits that level of variation, something that you've put in fins and all sorts of things, a manual gyroscope. At what point do you swap it out? Where is the level of data and understanding? Because you have to go to conspiratorial reasons. These things are in black boxes because they demonstrate this thing. And that's part of their argument, the Ethereum argument. These things are out there. It's known. That's why you can't get this data. It's hidden from you guys. Yeah? You're not allowed to know it. It's part of the illusion, isn't it? It's part of the appeal. Is that where we're going to? Is that the level of evidence?
Well, no, we need some clarity.
No.
Hang on, leave me get some clarity. There is mechanical and ring laser gyros in an airplane. There's 3 ring laser gyros, and they're in the inertial navigation system for pitch, yaw, and roll. Then there is mechanical gyros, like the ones with the pendulous vanes, that are powered by vacuum or electric, one or the other, and they're used in the cockpit also. One of them is for a heading, has to be reset every so often. But so they're still using mechanical gyros. You know, this thing about they've replaced them all out, that's not true. They're using the ring laser gyros as part of the inertial navigation system, so they can know where they're going, even if they don't have any service to GPS or anything else.
Adam.
Well, I didn't know there was more. So yeah, another chat. James Richards, you're on fire, bro. AI, the output reading seems to be subjective, not objective, which was my point on previous SC. So over
Well,
to
I
you,
mean,
AI.
if you're saying subjective, it would mean that it's not telling you accurately what the machine is reading. But that's assuming that the machine is calibrated to read correctly in the first place. But the output is whatever it says on the screen. If you then say, okay, it says I'm 1,000 feet off the ground, but I subjectively say I'm 100 feet off the ground, you're probably going to die.
And that's my point. Yeah? The mechanical gyro works as it does. If this thing is subjective, i.e. the reading it gives you is not, it doesn't actually have a relationship to reality until you apply the adjustment, i.e. 1,000 feet could be actually 800 feet, yeah, then it's of no use to you. It's not something you'd strap into an aeroplane, yeah. And if it has that level of variance at altitude that it's noticeable by a bunch of chances, the broken, possibly broken one, does takes these readings, and as I say, and this is the point to come back to, not fogs, but to cite this data as evidence of something, as a new way of viewing reality. This is what these guys need holding to. What does the Michelson-Morley measurements demonstrate? Please. It's not a difficult question, and it's not something really you can move forwards to, because as you see, it has implications in all of this shit. Yeah. So first of all, tell me, Etherians, what that measurement means, please.
Yes, yes. Now, I beg of you, please, for the love of God and all that is holy, just make a video of less than 5 minutes in length, answering the question that was just given, and then distribute it en masse. Thank you.
That's not going to happen, dude.
I've got to interrupt again. Larrick87. Super chat. Thank you, dude. Just showing support. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's not going to happen, AI. No way. It hasn't happened. It's been a year. Well, more than that, but technically it's been a year. We're waiting for that. You expect them to get it now? I don't think so.
Well,
dude, there's been a lot of progress going on lately. The culmination of which is going to be a precise, to the point, short presentation.
Yeah, I can hear you smiling.
I hear a hopeful request.
Yeah, right.
Best AI.
What they're
Hold on. Put a cork in
Brian,
it. Put a cork in it, Brian.
I'll come back to you, bro. James Richard again. AI. So I won't come back to you. I'm going to let AI retort because it's addressed to him. But then you're on. AI. So the gyro's output reading is the Earth is a sphere rotating.
That's for you, AI.
No.
I don't think there's a machine out there which output on the display says the Earth is a sphere rotating.
That it says it in acronyms. The E.
Well, to be fair,
it's going to be.
Nor is there a machine. Go ahead.
It's going to be ESR. That's the ESR reading. That's it.
I always thought that was.
That's it. No, no. AI first, and then Brian wanted to add a point. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah. Transversely, there's also not a machine that has an output reading. Light is a wave in a carrier medium that rotates in a particular manner, equivalent to the degrees. That is the actual reading of this device.
Brian.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the point where that was made about photons and the Etherians. Well, I spoke with it last year and recently. Now, last year wasn't a debate, but it was topics that were debatable topics, let's just say, right? But the normal thing, and this is just I'm just reiterating really what was said. The normal thing is that you're held to account to support a physical photon. When that physical, the way it's because of how it's described. And if you can't do that, that means it's ether. Do you know what I mean? That's the way they work it. So if you can't support a physical photon, ether. So they never actually start detailing and showing ether or demonstrating anything with ether. They must hold people to the straw man argument concerning photons. And then when you can't support what they're asking you to support, which is impossible to support.
No, that's not impossible. No, it's not.
Well, it is in a debate when you're there. What are you supposed to do? Like especially if you don't know that much about photons, you're expected to support this physical ball.
Ball?
Thing.
Who said it was a ball?
But that's what they're.
Well,
that's
well,
how they're.
yeah.
That's how they're. Go on, AO. You said it a minute ago. That's how they're.
Before anyone goes on, I got another super
chat.
And nicely done. Specificity is ballers. Use the gyro for proof of spinning ball Earth. AI. That's subjective, not objective. Do you get me? I'll bring it back to the topic because it was good. Just what's the claim with a photon? I think we started with them shouting that we admit it's a sphere of mass. Was the initial objection. This is the straw man that tends to be thrust upon us. Okay, in terms of our claim, not why, as Brian says, so that you might stumble over a straw man argument that you've got to deal with and bother to explain. Yeah, to distract from them never bothering to explain, as AI says, what their claim is. They never do that. These are the games.
Exactly, because like a photon is described as a massless particle. That
stop.
You know, that's how it's described.
Stop. Yeah, that's how it's described by who?
By Google.
Google?
That's where everyone. Yeah, but we're talking about an audience of people here who, if they ask Google what's a photon, it's a massless particle. That's what they're going to get.
That's nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah, okay, but that's nonsense from a learned point of view.
Well,
but most
explain
people
why.
aren't learned in that.
I see where he's going. Adam, I see where he's going. Just let him go. Let him get to the end. I see where he's going. Go ahead, Adam. Go ahead. Brian.
Thank you, QE. Yeah, the point I'm making is most people aren't learned in that. So someone who's an Ethereum can try and hold them to supporting this physical particle ball, right? Whereas it's even claimed to be a massless particle. So it's a kind of a grey area. It's for someone who doesn't know much about it, it's a grey area. And when the person can't then back up what Google says, or the straw man that the Ethereum is holding them to, then the Ethereum comes out looking like they've proven ether, or the only other answer is ether. And that's how it works. That's the game. So, you know what I mean? That's the game.
It's
that's my point.
It's a very stupid game. Yeah. If you're fooled by that, you need to try to fog a mirror again. But I got you, Brian. All right, fair enough. Oh, by the way, who said they're spheres?
Oh, that's a long-standing caricature of the position. It's from the back in the day with the philosophy.
Really?
Which I want to. Yeah, you don't remember like so long.
Photons. No,
yeah,
don't wax on. Photon. This is the first time that I've heard a photon described as a sphere. Honestly, I've never heard that before.
I've seen him describe that like that loads of times.
Oh yeah,
really?
Not only that, but
a researcher.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying I'm not a researcher, but anytime I did see them described, it was like that, little balls.
Who are them?
Even though they're called massless.
Who
the
are
photons.
Who are them?
Okay, so the most present example, and then we can go backwards in time if we desire. The most present example was a conversation between Elijah and Whitsitt, where Whitsitt was attempting to show the folly of a photon conception by analogizing it as paintball style projectiles.
Now, I've heard him say paintballs, which is really stupid. Hold on, Adam. I've heard him say paintballs before, but I've never heard somebody describe photons as spheres. Like I said, never. Until you said it. So Brian said he's heard people say it. Where you been? Brian, where'd you hear this at?
I've heard it described that way. I suppose sometimes I've heard that described that way is from the Ethereans, to be honest.
Okay.
But I did see it described that way on Google as well.
On Google, okay. Number one, Google.
Yeah,
Google. Hold on, Google. These people keep on saying Google. Google is a medium, not a source. Got it?
Yes, but that's where people go to for information.
Oh, so they're getting it from some. I've never, in all the literature reviews I've never seen anything with a photon and spheres. Never. So maybe I'm bogging the discussion down. Please forgive me. I'm a worm. No swearing.
Oh, you're not. I mean, so the way it goes is it's an analogy in the modern day, which is, okay, we have the Earth as a sphere and the planets as spheres orbiting the Earth or the sun or whatever. And so on a subscale, in the atomic scale or the atomistic scale, because this is attributed to the philosophy of atomism, right, which goes way back, that the sphere is the ideal shape because it's the constrainment of all forces towards the center or whatever reason they have that it's the ideal shape. And so obviously if everything's a spheres on the macro scale, everything's spheres on the micro scale. So when you're being accused of being an atomist, you're being accused of believing that everything is orbital spheres on a small level all the way up to the big level and everywhere in between.
So what's the photon orbiting?
Well, this is, forget the photon there, because this is what often is thrown, and I've heard Whitsitt use this, it's mini solar systems.
Really?
Do you understand what I mean in terms of the construction of an atom? It's very similar to the simplistic heliocentric model. But that's not QE, I know you'll want to jump in, but if you look at electron orbitals, how they're described, that's not, the second you get from primary school, that's not how it's described. They no longer describe a heliocentric model to mug you off. Because, and that is an accusation that I have heard by Whitsitt as well. That it's just mini solar systems.
Oh, he's just mindlessly parroting what he searched out on quote unquote Google, because not even in the mainstream is it. In fact, it's stated that that's incorrect. Walter Lewin from MIT said that's horse shit. That's found in high school textbooks. So, what the hell are we even talking about, dude?
And isn't Walter Lewin one of the people that they ascribe to greatly on Globebusters?
Do they? Yeah. How ironic.
They do, yeah. They're always showing stuff from Walter Lewin because he talks a lot about electric charge and stuff like that.
Adam.
Yeah, I know. James, thank you. Thank you again, sir. James Richards, Superchat. Flattering, isn't it? Historic legends, shout out QE, Adam, Nathan, I think is the correct
Notice he didn't mention Brian and AI.
He just said BAM. I assume that was an acronym for Brian, AI, and many, many others.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, Brian got it. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks, James. He's been just whacking, just yard, man. It's just going yard. All right, you all
Right.
talk.
The most egregious example that's crossed into the flat Earth community of this little ball rhetoric is from Mr. Ken Wheeler, where he was doing an analogy to with a camera, like holding a camera, saying, you know, like this camera receives light to make the image, but if light, you know, is like an atomistic particle, like quote unquote they claim, right? Then why can't I shake my camera and little balls of light fall out? And now, don't get me wrong, as silly as that sounds, like it does have rhetorical force for people that aren't quite learned in what is really meant by particles and stuff and certain things. But flat earthers watched this guy back in the day and just ran with his rhetoric
Yeah, I know.
on repeat, like a broken record. So much so that they've heard it enough times where it's now almost folklore. It's like commonly accepted folklore now.
Yeah, I
That
got
if you believe in a photon, you believe in a spheroidal object that is protruded like a bullet from the source and arrives at the target like a bullet arrives. As,
It's
as
actually
an
worse than that.
object.
Oh, James Richards stick saved you, Brian and AI. Go ahead, Adam.
Just the voice of James this evening. Yeah, so James Richards, Superchat. Couldn't list them all, only the beginning.
Stick save for Brian and AI.
Well, when I said it's worse than that, the AI, what they're trying to say is that if you believe in a photon, then you believe in a little ball of light that's hitting something, going from A, hitting something at B, and that means you also support general relativity and heliocentrism. It's like that's how much they want to load on, just because you are speaking about a photon.
Wow,
and that's how they want.
Absolutely.
It actually gets that bad. Come on.
That's why it's so frustrating in the present day where flat earthers who are the self-professed intelligentsia of the world and the self-professed truth anonymers of the world do not realize that nobody in the common belief system in the day thinks that light is like a shotgun pellet coming out of a shotgun. nor has it ever really been posited that way. It has been in certain philosophies in the past. And I think the most notable one that even comes close is, I can't remember, but I want to say light corpuscles from some homeboy who was famous.
Newton.
Yes, but was his even solid objects, or was it more nebulous than that? Like
I think it was more nebulous. I think like you said corpuscles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he stated. Yes, they were corpuscles. Now to go into that any deeper, you're gonna have to ask him, but you're gonna need some really strong smelling salts and a big friggin' heater.
No, it's not. That's the same as what we define it today as packets. Yeah, that's the modern vernacular.
It is packets. Yep.
Yeah. Corpuscular is perfectly and much more beautiful sounding word than packets. Yeah, corpuscular.
Oh, which, by the way, I have to make a precise comment here, is that the idea of a complicated wave-like structure medium that can only cause the effect at a particular point in three-dimensional space when it's localized, and then that localization can be drawn a circle around it to where the effect is enough to make an impact on anything within that zone. You could define that as a corpuscle. You could call that a particle if you wanted to.
I think particle.
Go
ahead and finish. No, go ahead and finish, AI.
I'm just saying that they're struggling more with the connotations than they are the denotations.
Yes. Good point. Very well.
Exactly. I've said a couple of times, like, words have meanings, and if you say to somebody a particle, yeah, and it's perfectly permissible for them to interpret that as something of substance. Yeah, and that's the trouble with Google. There's no learning in its or mitigation in its non-understanding of when it defines this term particle. Describe light like that is just to show ignorance of this very small understanding we have. Yeah. But the bit we've got, you wouldn't ever describe it as such. So it's interesting Google does.
Well, particle is. I mean, if you're just looking at it as like a doofus, I shouldn't say that. When you hear particle, there's certain connotations with it, right?
Yeah.
But when it really gets down to it, what the actual meaning of it when it comes to photons is it's discrete. That means it's digital. It's not analog. In other words, it's not like a pebble. It's not a solid, for crying out loud, like a particle is. All particles are solids, correct? In common vernacular. But see, that's when you go tripping. Right? And then the idiot Ethereans are going to use that as just a confusion point to ipso facto prove their luminescent gerbils.
Well, what you're talking about is like the data that goes onto a hard drive. It doesn't change the weight of the hard drive.
Exactly.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, well...
Whoa, bro. I saw a show that said if you get enough information on a hard drive, you could make a black hole.
Well, I don't know about that. That must be a pretty big hard drive. But
now you want a small hard drive.
Weren't we there critiquing that on Nathan's show?
I can't remember.
You want a small hard drive, Brian, and a lot of information. You don't want a big hard drive. If you ages.
Yeah, find the smallest one you can and pack it up full as much stuff as possible. Yeah.
Then you can collapse the universe, and only after that.
During my debate,
there is a deep fill. Go ahead.
Just before it goes off topic, during the debate with Witsit, I must have asked him this question several times before I charged him with something. I asked him, is what you're describing what they describe as a photon? And he wouldn't give me a yes. I must have asked him that now about 5-6 times in a row, and he wouldn't give me a yes. Because the very thing he's describing is exactly what they describe as a photon. And then I charged him with trying to hijack the photon, trying to hijack the unknown particle light and make claims about it. And he denied it at the time, right? There was high tension, he denied it. But then towards the end of the debate, he agreed that he's just trying to re-describe everything conceptually. Do you know what I mean? That the ether is a conception, a re-describing.
Yeah, he just made that up. He can't ask him to cite that shit next time. Adam.
Yeah, I'll agree with Brian, and that's an important admission, and exactly what they are doing. Reconceptualization of things. That's all they're trying to do.
No, that's fancy words for making shit up.
Yeah, exactly. But fundamentally, they're trying to reascribe a paradigm.
They're charging us and other people with doing that while they're in the process of.
Put a cork in it, Brian.
Sorry.
Only because it's a super chat. And I'm agreeing with you, Brian. James. Dude, okay. I like the points. This is the thing. That's why they're good. James Richard, super chat. Light is instantaneous.
Uh-oh.
Darkness comprehends it not.
Agree with the second statement.
But I like it.
Agree with the second statement, but the first part of that, you might have some issues with that, James. But go on. Thanks for the super chat. He's got another one.
Yoda-like, isn't it?
Dude, I got some field info about that.
Hold it down. So put a cork in it, AI. There's another super chat.
Holy shit, Batman. It's on fire, isn't it? James. Dominate me, baby. We're all good because Mrs. QE's loving this. Right. Bit of scripture, I think. Okay, so John 1:5. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehend it not. And that's what I took from that first bit. Light is instantaneous. That's why I said it's a bit Yoda-like. Light is instantaneous. Darkness comprehend it not. Yeah. It's not for the dark to even have anything to do with light. Light is of itself. It may illuminate the darkness, which is an absence of the light. What these guys are professing in their spiritual stuff, I think you've heard these, is that there is just the luminiferous ether.
Say that again.
Yeah, I know. There was too much. Did you say too much spit in my mouth? These guys are professing there is just the luminiferous ether.
Oh, you got it right.
And whether it has excitation or not. So I'll read the 2 super chats again. Light is instantaneous. Darkness comprehends it not. Right? And when we've not surely got it, James just cited scripture, which is cool. So John 1 verse 5. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehend it not. And
yeah, that's the support.
There's 2 different theologies.
That's the support for the second. That's his support for the second statement in his first premise, but not the first one.
I get that. Not what he's saying. The point I'm alluding to is Ethereans. There is no light. There's either excitation of the matrix, which already is there all the time. There is no dark.
That's stupid.
There is not. No, I didn't say it was. That's my best understanding of their claim. If you're going to illuminate.
So the light's already there, but it's traveling faster in one direction. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
No, all of the luminiferous ether is there all the time. It's either manifested for you to enjoy it and visualize it, or it's not. There is no such thing as darkness in their description. There is either excitation or non-excitation of the ether.
What about non-visible light?
No, but there's a problem.
Non-visible light is non-excitation of the luminiferous ether.
There's a problem because if light is instantaneous and an excitation, so it would mean that if light isn't already there, then the excitation means that dark has to be instantaneous.
What's
instantaneous?
Yeah, what's the speed of dark? Yeah, I've asked that question on many occasions.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm alluding to. Because dark has to then have a rate, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I'd be curious to see any type of wave that's instantaneous.
Yeah, but wait a second. Then he'll shapeshift Mr. Magoo on you and claim it's not a wave after he's just made 4 hours of claims of waves moving through a vacuum. So you have that.
No, the wave is the medium.
And that.
Well, what peeves me off the most in the general community is that there's become this false dichotomy that's essentially become a religion in itself. That people preach the good news of the gospel of the dichotomy, that you either believe in atomism or ether. That those are your 2 options to choose from in life.
Oh, and very good point. Thanks for bringing this up, AI. And then they say, well, give me a third option. That's the only way you could disprove a false dichotomy. No, you do-licking fungus muncher. We just have to disprove one of the premises or one of the dichotomies. Get it?
Well, yeah, and to be fair, I think we've established that nobody except extremists and religious zealots in a very niche that might not even exist today, but actually believe in atomistic philosophy, like is tried to be set up as a straw man in this dichotomy. Because no one believes that everything is reduced to spheroidical microparticles of a physical, substantial nature. Not that I know of anyway. I've never met one. I've never seen one posited. The only time I've ever heard about it is in philosophy of the past.
But that's the straw man that will be proposed. Propose what Brian finished with. What did you say, Brian? The wave, with regards to a wave, the medium.
He said the wave is the medium. Go get another glass.
No, that's I wanted the quote exact. I didn't want to miss it. Yeah.
He said the wave is the medium. That's what he said. And
Yeah.
that
So
he's
light,
just
light is the wave.
he's I'm gonna get in front of you.
Go ahead.
He's quoting SWS Shitsit40. Go ahead now, Adam.
That's why I wanted it right. Yeah. So what does that mean? The wave is the medium. So light is a wave in the medium. When we try and claim that it's an excitation or a non-excitation of the luminiferous ether, this is what they're claiming. Yeah, this is the bunkum that they're kind of realizing it in their own heads.
I busted that shit. Though it was my initial presentation, and you guys don't remember it. I should play that the next time. I busted it because I put it to them, especially to Witsit. This was when it was benign, and it really didn't gather any steam just yet. I asked him, well, is the wave the medium then? You guys don't remember that, do you? Here, hold on a second.
I remember it, QE. I remembered it. I didn't want to interrupt, but I remember it very well.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sleepwalking. I was going to ask you, because that's what they were shooting out, that photons were spherical, and that even generism had a dig at it at one point. But you were giving it you were making the most noise.
Let me see if I can't scare that up. Hold on a second. Go on, talk amongst yourself. No swearing.
I remember that. And Adam, I'm sorry I was in the toilet. I couldn't answer.
It was just a point of reference to point out what they're saying in terms of what's happening, what light is. Very different concept. Yeah. Some form of excitatory transmission from a point within a matrix. Yeah. A wave, as they're describing it. Yeah. To then reach your eye is what they're supposing, as opposed to discrete packets. It's fundamentally very different in terms of, yeah. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehend it not, which is, light is instantaneous, darkness comprehends it not, yeah? Now, what they're saying is that darkness is what is there to comprehend the light. Understand? That is the equilibrium point of their Ethereum matrix, darkness. Non-excitation is darkness of whatever. Yeah? Light is just as a consequence of the excitation of their darkness.
I found it. I found it.
You don't need it.
You can't do that because I triggered AI and Brian. So let them answer first.
Make it quick, because I found it. Go.
The darkness is the ether.
I got to get out of this.
Okay. My synopsis is that don't make scientific claims about things that are clearly talking about moral issues. The light being described in that verse is the light of Jesus against the darkness of the world, being the evil in the world. It's not talking about whether light is physically interacting with darkness on a level of seeing things, unless it's a metaphor for seeing like the truth. But other than that, you can't be like, okay, let's analyze this as it's talking about how light functions.
All right, you done?
Take that then. If you're going to interpret it with Christ, I've got no problem with it. I agree with it. Does it make any sense that Christ is a ripple in darkness? That's what Christ is a perturbation, a wave in darkness? No. The light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehend it not. Not light is an effect within darkness, which is what they're claiming.
All right, you gonna give me the floor?
I think yes. I hope I've made the point.
I think you have. So back to this. nonsense. Where I cornered, this is right at the beginning, folks, before anything even went down, based on their statements, right? So this is my number 3 point. I even made a point of it, snickering at it because I got them by the short hairs. So I started off, which one is the non-manifested medium? The electromagnetic waves or ether? Right up here, right? Because, A, they always state this. Shitsit always screws this up. A wave is not what something is. It's what a medium does, right? So he states that. Therefore, then I make my conclusions based on the top statement. Let me get the statement. There we go. The non-manifested medium. Therefore, electromagnetic waves being waves must be the medium. Where's the ether? Is it a non-manifested medium somewhere else? Moreover, according to their worldview, don't electromagnetic waves manifest? Isn't electromagnetic waves a description of what something is? But haven't we already established above that a wave is not what something is, according to what they state? So it's internally contradicting. It's a nonsense. This is a nonsense waffle. This is a reverse stuff on themselves. This is a convoluted gaggle of contradictory gibberish, and it's fathoms below baller retardia. Right from the beginning, I put this out. That's all I got to say about that. Carry on.
Well, the other philosophical point that was tried to be put forth in the whole ether argument back in the day is the argument against wave-particle duality, right? So the claim goes like this. Side A claims that light is both a wave and a particle simultaneously in a dualistic nature, but dualism doesn't exist in nature. Therefore, they're wrong. Therefore, the ether is true.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's another false dichotomy. I don't hold that position. I debunked wave-particle duality years ago. So whose position are they talking about? Not mine. Follow? False dichotomy.
Exactly. But even then, it's a critique against their position as well, because so if you have what appears to the end user to be a duality, if you interpret it a certain way, so let's say that's an appearance. The fundamental mechanisms underlying before you get that appearance could be something different.
Yes.
Right. And so they would say it acts like it's a wave until it needs to act like it's a particle, and then it acts like something it previously wasn't. However, the claim of the ether is the same thing, that it acts intangible until it needs to be tangible, and then it acts like something it previously wasn't.
Isn't it affirming the consequent formological fallacy? Yeah?
Oh, most probably.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's fallacious. Go ahead. If you read it out to yourself, just write it down, and then you could point it out. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that now. But it's
but I'm considering more of the idea that there's this base unit, right, which must become all of these other things. And in order to become those things, it must transpose itself from what it is presently, for whatever reason, either being informed to do so or acted upon to do so, into something that it currently isn't. So it's one thing,
yes,
and then instantaneously it's something else. And then somewhere else in free space, it's also instantaneously something else. So it exists in three states at a minimum at all times. So that's not duality, that's triality. So they mock duality while simultaneously accepting essentially, if you believe that the ether is the pure potential base of the universe, then you believe in omnality, that the ether is everything all at once simultaneously. It's all events, it's all causation, it's all particles, it's all mass, it's all energy. It's just ether in a different form at any given time, whatever it needs to be at the given moment.
Boy, that sounds like gravity.
We're going to have to give another super chat.
Get motivated, Adam.
James. Shout out to the Greek gods. The word ether in Homeric Greek means pure, fresh, air, or clear sky.
Yep, I'm sure it does. Thanks, James. Thanks for hammering this.
I wanna add a caveat. Yeah, it does. Because I looked it up. Because he bothered to use the Greek, which is why I bothered to look it up.
Okay.
If I pull that, ether has a lot of his uses in history, and this will theoretical. This is important. The words have meanings. This is noun. Heaven, ether, theoretical medium of great elasticity and extreme thinness of constituency, supposed to fill all unoccupied space and transmit light and heat. Now listen to the contradiction there. Something of some substance to fill unoccupied space, which by definition would mean the space is not unoccupied. Yeah.
Yes.
And this is important when John QE holds me to luminiferous ether. Okay. And transmit light and heat. Now, ether had many presupposed uses over the centuries. It was the manner of the gods at one point, which is what I think is alluded to there. Yeah. It's what they fed upon. Yeah. But you've got a quote, QE, which if you find before I finish rambling, which is what Maxwell resorts to what the ether is left to meaning.
Oh, brother.
In the 1800s.
You're gonna have me give them the right answer?
Yeah, because it's important to show the diminishment and final refinement to what luminiferous ether could possibly mean, because everything else by Maxwell has been disproven. Yeah, with all it, probably all agree it's not the manner of the gods ether. Yeah, there's been lots of occupations of the word ether and many uses for it, and certainly in the terms of the realm of physics, Maxwell at this point is putting it down to its final use with regards to physics, not to exclude Darwin. Yeah, but in terms of physics, it's got a final definition. Have you got it?
Yeah, I do. Hold on. I have to do some hold on.
Oh, you find the final one.
I already found it. I just got to share it.
You got it.
Yeah, I got to share it. 1 second. Here we go. Okay. That's not it. Get the hell out of there. So this is the right, when we ask them what is the ether, this is the answer they should give us, but they don't because they're morons. From James Clerk Maxwell, 1878, ether. Ethers were invented for the planets to swim in, to constitute electric atmospheres and magnetic effluvia, to convey sensations from one part of our bodies to another, and so on, until all space had been filled 3 or 4 times over with the ethers. The only ether, listen up, the only ether which has survived is that which was invented, good word, by guess who? Christian Huygens, to explain the propagation of light. Well, what's propagation mean? In physics, wave propagation is a term used to describe the way waves travel or move. Duh. So, why you think this idiot numpty, the diameter of Venus, is the same as the Earth's frame, invented, i.e. conjured, his ether? Why you think that Christian Huygens did that? Anyone? Because he formulated the first detailed wave theory of light, for goodness sakes. Duh. In his Traité de la Lumière. Am I saying that correctly, Adam?
Traité de Lumière.
Okay. In his Traité de Mario Lemieux. Shut up, Adam.
He's fucking French. I don't do French, all right?
So let me do it. In his Traité de la Mario Lemieux, 1690 treatise on light, the Dutch mathematician astronomer Christian Huygens formulated the first detailed wave theory of light. So there you go from Britannica.com. That's why he had to invent the his horseshit ether. See up here? That's why Huygens had to do this, because light was a wave to him. Does it make sense? Yeah. The Etherites don't even know that. They're friggin' morons. They're all pretender clown frauds.
Well, you understand? The point is, look, is that Maxwell making this that ethers were invented for the planets to swim in. So there's lots of reasons of ether. Ether is a descriptive word of shit we don't understand. Okay? And then we get to the point where we've got the only ether which has survived. Why would it survive? What's its purpose of survival?
It's the other ones. It has to be other ones besides the one he mentioned survived, right?
Well, they're all gone, according to him. The only ether which has survived is that which was invented by Huygens. So there's, like I say, there's an admission there. But look at why it survived. What's its purpose? It's to provide an explanation for the propagation of light. Not an explanation for the propagation of light, full stop, as it says there. An explanation for the propagation of light as a wave.
Yes.
Its only reason for survival, its only final form to survive as an existence in physics. It's been disproven in all the other purposes where the terms in history ether was used has gone. Only final term survival, as described by James Clerk Maxwell, is to support the supposition, the propagation of light as a wave.
Yes, sir.
And where'd that come from?
James Clerk Maxwell.
1878. Says it
Yeah,
there.
but why did he need? Why was he predisposed to describe light as a wave?
Because wave.
He wasn't. He sarcastically says, "Look, the only ether. They're shithouses. These people. Yeah, words have meanings to them, and sarcastic rebuttal is important. The only ether which has survived is that which was invented by Huygens."
Yeah. Well, why did he invent it was the question.
I just told you.
What a rebuttal, sir. What a rebuttal. Put that in the time, 1878. What an insult. Words have meanings then. People were intellectual enough to realize that the reason he said is that which was invented by Huygens. This is James Clerk Maxwell saying this, not the headlines of a red top newspaper.
I know. We heard that twice already.
Yes.
Yeah. So understand its importance. Respond to that. It's actually like going. Yeah?
Hold on.
Right. He invented the background.
Modern days, it's a shit emoji.
Adam, relax. I already answered your question, AI. I just went through it. You didn't hear it. In his Traité de Mario Lieu, 1690, I'm right down here, by the way, in Britannica.com. The Dutch mathematician astronomer Christian Huygens formulated the first detailed wave theory of light.
Right.
That's why he had to invent it, because you got to have a medium if you got a wave.
Right, but what was the spark of his mind? Okay, I'm thinking of light as a wave. What caused him to think that way?
Refraction and diffraction and a couple other things.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was keying in on. So back in the day when I was going through the Ethereum pep rally. Or initiation or whatever it's called. I asked them, I'm talking about the old dice low days. I asked them, why was light first thought of as a wave? None of them could answer.
All right.
But essentially does come down to pretty much an affirming the consequent. So you explain. So you create create a matrix of explanation, right? That seems rational to someone. That okay, that's an explanation. You don't necessarily prove it. You just say, okay, my explanation fits, and I can provide you something else over here that looks the same. Therefore, my explanation is true.
Now you hit on another point. People, I don't know. I guess they've been Jedi mind tricked with this. Explanations are utterly meaningless because I can go down to the village idiot. I can get either baseless assertions, headline parroting, or I can get explanations on just about anything. Right? So explanations, i.e. just so stories, that's what they are. Just so stories without validation, because to explain something, you have to, explanations deal with hows and whys, not what's and is's. So to explain something, you better have cause and effect in there, or you're not explaining it. So when you say, well, I can explain it, is utterly meaningless without validation.
Absolutely, but the more rhetorically powerful form of that goes like this, and we've all heard it before. How do you explain it?
Oh, yes, that's the burden of truth reversal. How do I explain your claim? I don't. I let you bumble and fumble and take a giant dump on you in the end. Not you personally, but the general you. The royal you.
But if you don't have an explanation and my explanation fits, then mine's right.
No, that's an argument from ignorance fallacy. And
right, but if you don't have an alternative, then what am I going to do? I got to believe something in the meantime.
No, you're playing devil's advocate and you're not doing it well. That's another fallacy.
What, poor devil's advocate fallacy?
Yeah. It's a false dichotomy.
Well, look,
go ahead, Adam.
We're just doing back and forth right there. We're just elucidating the rhetorical nature of the majority of these arguments.
Go ahead,
but it takes us back to what a point of recognition, doesn't it? What you two were forceful playing around with there is the bullshittery, yeah?
Yeah.
That we were all familiar with the ball earth debates.
Yep.
And what we said at the beginning of this was, look at where the debate is today in our own supposed community. And it's that recognition of bullshittery that it's probably worth bringing it back to, because we're at 4.25 hours.
Yeah, Adam. I was just looking down. My stomach's starting to growl. The orange is not, it's not making it anymore. We're gonna have to kind of put the end to this. Sorry about that, guys. I know you guys are enjoying everything, especially at chat. It's pretty active. Probably not listening to anything that we're saying if it runs in parallel to the average chat streams. So I'm going to ask Adam, sir, please take us home.
No swearing.
She got that in.
I see. It's cursing. Mandela me. Right. So long show. There was. I don't know where it started. What the meaning. Look at how we're trying to get mugged off. We've been mugged off in the past with the ball. There seems to be something that's going off at the moment that wants to persuade you. I don't know what. Lots of us have discussed what is. I don't know what it is. This is the fundamental point. They're still unable to define what is. You should believe it, people. Yeah? And stray off the path. That would be my summation of the evening. You're being distracted, yeah? Witsit's behaviour shows you how in debate they will distract you. Because he won't answer even a simple question. And if somebody won't even do that for you, yeah? What's the motive?
Put a cork in it, Adam. You got a super chat.
God damn it. You're rounding out. And you'd miss another thing. Godzilla. What's TY mean?
Thank you.
Thank you. Dumb shit, you see.
Yeah.
Godzilla, Super Chat. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the show. Cheers, dude. It's nice to get that at the end to put me off, but remind me that.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for the Super Chat. Adam, go get another one.
Another Super Chat or another round out?
Both.
I'm unable to affect the former with regards to like. I'll leave it there. Look, you know, I've said it a couple of times. Let these guys speak. What are they claiming for? It's up to you, the listener, to listen. Our point of objection, and the reason we're bothering, is not because we're stupid and think you're stupid, but because listen to the newbies coming to it. If that's what they're subjected to with regards to what flat Earth means, ether, science does mean something. If I want to show you an ice wall or the sun changing in size, then science means things. If actually all the stuff that disproved the ball, that doesn't mean anything, and it could change with a new independent variable down the line. These are the arguments that are being put to you, and it's very simple, isn't it? And QE summed it up. Flat Earthers, what are you going to do?
Naturally occurring phenomena is electrostatics.
So the naturally occurring phenomena, i.e. the dependent variable, is electrostatics. Yeah? Everyone got that? 35 seconds later.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take an object and we're going to manipulate that independent variable of electrostatics. That independent variable of electrostatics. Naturally occurring phenomena is electrostatics. That independent variable of electrostatics.
What's a wave then?
Okay, a wave is just a type of movement. So a wave is a verb. It's not what something is.
So wind is also a verb?
So this is the mind-numbing level we're at, folks. We're down here at second grade retardville with an ass clown who doesn't know what nouns and verbs are. From Merriam-Webster, wave, noun. A disturbance or variation that transfers energy progressively from point to point in a medium that may take the form of an elastic deformation or of a variation of pressure, electric or magnetic intensity, electric potential, or temperature. You're up.
Dumbass!
No swearing. Actually, you can't have light without electricity.
What the hell did you just say?
Actually, you can't have light without electricity.
Shit, hold on.
Actually, you can't have light without electricity.
Really? You ever hear of glow sticks? How about fire?
You dumbass.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
Hence why we have things go 3 times the speed of light.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
Hence why we have things go 3 times the speed of light.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
You're an intellectual dumbass.
No swearing.
Yeah.
Or they will say things like, dark matter 100% exists. We know for a fact that dark matter has to exist, but we don't know what it is. So, how could you know it exists?
So I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is, and even the name.
So, how could you know It exists.
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.
Get lost, dummy.
No swearing.